Thanks.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Megan. For those in attendance, Megan is the pastor of the Trinity Lutheran Church here in Nampa. So we'll move on next to roll call.
Rodriguez?
Here.
Bruner?
Here.
Angula?
Here.
Haverfield?
Here.
Bauer? And Levi.
Present?
The consent agenda is in front of you. Does the council have any proposed amendments to the agenda as proposed?
Mr. Chairman, no proposed amendments, but maybe just acknowledge for the record that Mayor Kling is online.
Okay. Thank you for that. Mayor Kling is online tonight from home. Again, she's a little under the weather, so she'll be participating from there. So with that acknowledgement, thank you. So let's go ahead and go with roll call. Oh, we already had roll call. So proposed amendments to the agenda, are there any by the council? So I would entertain a motion to, for the consent agenda to move forward.
Mr. Chairman?
Is there a second?
Second?
Roll call vote.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bruner?
Yes.
Angula?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
And Bauer.
Tonight's going to be a little bit different. We'll be moving the public hearing items up in our order. Normally they're at 6:30. Tonight they'll be at 5:30. But before we do that, I'm going to go ahead and we do have one proclamation that I'd like to go ahead and read. Jeannie Strohmeyer is here tonight to accept the proclamation for us. And if you'd like to come up, I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. It's from the Office of the Mayor. And it does read, whereas human trafficking is a nationwide public health and civil rights crisis, its victims and survivors are everywhere, with Nampa, Idaho being of no exception. And whereas traffickers use force, fraud, or coercion to lure their victims and force them into labor or commercial sexual exploitations, and whereas anyone can become a victim of trafficking, while women and girls are the primary victims, victims and survivors come from every background, race, and economic status. Traffickers target individuals who, for any reason, are vulnerable. And whereas young people are particularly vulnerable to trafficking and exploitation, but face many barriers in reporting what has happened to them, and whereas all communities must seek to prevent and stop human trafficking by identifying the issue and promoting safe, healthy, and supportive environments. And whereas the city of Nampa is striving to become a place where human trafficking does not exist, where people have opportunities available to them, and where all people are treated as fully human and worthy of a supportive community and freedom. And whereas the Nampa Family Justice Center has pursued and obtained federal funding to provide education, training for our community and supportive service, as well as direct support for survivors to move out of the abuse into a safe, healthy environment where they can live in peace, abundance, and give back to their community. Now, therefore, Debbie Kling, Mayor of the City of Nampa, Idaho, does hereby proclaim the month of January Human Trafficking Awareness and Prevention Month. And Jeannie, would like to speak a little bit on the issue, or?
I would like to say a few words. That'll be great.
Sure, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you again for your support, your continued support. We did receive a $350,000 grant for 3 years, and that grant is to go for the first year. We're going to invest a lot in training, so about 55 trainings, so community training and national training for our local community, as well for our support systems, law enforcement, prosecutors, our courts. Very, very important. If we don't know what we're looking for, we don't know how to deal with the problem. And what we know at the Family Justice Center is there's a problem. We are seeing more and more survivors come through the Justice Center that are disclosing what's happened to them as a child, as well as now currently. So we are dealing with this problem, and we are so thankful that as we look at this grant, sometimes people look at it and like, oh my gosh, this is happening here. But the fact is it's happening everywhere. And that we got this grant means we're going to deal with the issues and we are going to tackle it, and we're not going to allow this to happen in Nampa, Idaho. So thank you so much for your support and the work that you are doing to help us do the work that we need to do. Thank you.
And thank you for all you do for us in the community through the Family Justice Center as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, next item, again, we're moving the public hearings forward to be held first. The first item, 6.1, is an action item for a zoning text amendment of Napa City Code 10-1-16, which was previously 10-1-19, professional public self-storage facility design regulations, A.3.3, locations allowed to allow an exception to a minimum 2,500-foot buffer between storage unit developments for new storage units that are accessory to another use and do not exceed 25% of the total property for Casey Jones. Rodney, I believe you're bringing this forward for us?
Mr. President, just a quick question. We have no public comments tonight. Are we doing those later? We have none, no one signed up.
Well, first, the applicant needs to come forward.
I'm talking about just our general
These are public hearing items, so yes, it will allow,
public comments that we do for anyone who has an agenda or non-agenda item.
they got moved behind the public.
Okay, that's
hearing
what I was wondering. So
Okay,
I just
sorry.
don't want a person to have to wait forever if
They
they
have
were here.
something. Hopefully, if they are here to speak, it'd be on one of the items that's before us, and they'll be able to speak at that point. So again, is the applicant here? Or online?
He told me he would be here. I don't see him, though.
Okay. It's important that he is here, so we might just shuffle the arrangement here and move on to 6.2.
Okay.
Mayor, if you're online and you want to chime in, you're certainly welcome to do so, but I believe we'll do that since the applicant isn't here. So go ahead.
I fully support that decision. I do have a question. Are there people in the audience that are here to testify on item 6.1 on the agenda?
Question.
We have no one signed up.
Perfect. Then you can move it back to the end when he's there. That's a great idea. Thank you.
Okay. So we'll move to the second item, which is, again, an action item, an annexation and zoning request to RS6, which is single-family residential, 6,000 square foot lots, zoning district, potential development agreement, and subdivision preliminary plat for Salazar Point subdivision at 11496 Lake Lowell Avenue. It's a parcel number R3204401000 totaling 6.93 acres in the southeast quarter of Section 30, Township 3 North, Range 2 West, Base Meridian, Canyon County, for Monica Salazar. And this it also has the number ANN 216-21 and SPP 093-21. The original concept, 20 single-family lots, 4.86 acres, 2 common lots, 1.11 acres, and 1 common driveway of 0.10 acres for a gross density of 3.28 and a net density of 4.15. Is the applicant here or someone representing the applicant? Okay, come forward and give your name and address for the record, if you would.
All right, my name is Becky Izagari. My address is 2760 West Excursion Lane. Is that better?
Becky, what was your last name again?
Izagari.
Okay,
You want me to spell it? What did I say? 2760 West Excursion Lane, Meridian, Idaho, 83642.
thank you.
All right. So we are here to present Salazar Point preliminary plat.
Is the microphone on? Bring it a little closer.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, good evening. I'm here to present to you a preliminary plat for Salazar Point subdivision. Salazar Point subdivision is a 6.96 acre infill development that will consist of 20 single-family residential lots, one large common lot that is approximately 0.57 acres or 8.5% open space for the entire development. The average lot size will be 8,121 square feet, with the smallest lot being 6,442 square feet. In this current market, the projected average home price will be around $460,000. At the time of this submittal, the project fully met city code and complies with the comprehensive plan. At the neighborhood meeting and planning and zoning hearing, the homeowners of Stella Point subdivision had much concern over the amount of open space in Salazar Point subdivision. They were concerned that the homeowners in Salazar Point would walk over and use the open space in Stella's, and have requested that Salazar Point join the Stella's HOA. After much discussion, we have agreed to do this. As long as Lot 8, which is my client's lot, is excluded from the HOA and will be excluded in the future for future conditions. The reason being is my client's lot. She will not be utilizing any point of Stella's Point. She will not be using it to access Stella's Point, to access Salazar Point. She won't be going through Stella's Point to access Stella's Point subdivision. So the neighbors in Stella's Point wish to see as much open space and amenities as in Stella's Point subdivision. My firm, JUB Engineers, did all the engineering for Stella's Point 1 and 2. So I pulled the construction documents and talked to the project engineer and found that Stella's Point has very little open space and no amenities. Then I went out to Stella's to look at the open space, and this is what I found. So Stella's Point subdivision, number 1, is a 23-acre development that has 2.8 acres or 12.4% open space for 61 residential lots. I also went out there to check every common lot, and this is what I found. So Lot 17, Block 2, is located directly north of Lake Lowell Road and east of the private lane, which is a fire access road taking up a good majority of the open space. Also, a part of this lot is Lot 17. Let's see, there we are. Also a part of Lot 17 is the kind of weeded lateral that runs in between Stella's 1 and 2. That's also a part of their open space. So Lot 1 of Block 2 sits at the entrance of the subdivision and acts as a buffer for the homes sitting on Lot 2. Lot 1, Block 3 is a small corner lot at the intersection of Hunt Dog Way. Lot 5, Block 4 is a dead-end pathway that will connect to a future development for all to use. And lastly, Lot 8, Block 5 is another pathway lot. This is what the open space and amenities look like for subdivision with 61 residential lots. Now, let's look at Stella Point 2. This is a 17.6 acre development with 56 residential lots and 2.3 or 13.4% open space. I also looked at the quality of every common lot, and this is what I found. So Lot 1 of Block 6 and Lot 6 of Block 1 are pretty skinny and are located at the entrance of the subdivision near Lake Lowell Road. This here, also another pathway lot. So at the neighborhood meeting, planning and the planning and zoning hearing, the folks opposing the project were concerned about the quality of homes and the look and feel of a subdivision with RS6 zoning designation. Can you tell the difference here in that photo between RS6 and RS 8.5? They pretty much look the same. They have the same look and feel. And we are willing to comply with the HOA, so the look and feel will match what the HOA will dictate. But we will just have an RS6 next to an RS 8.5. So some of the neighbors living in Stellas Point subdivision were surprised that Colina Vista Drive would be extended to support future development of Salazar property. There is a sign that is clearly posted at the end of Colina Vista Drive that says road to be extended in the future. Here are a couple photos of that. So per city code, Salazar Point subdivision is considered a residential infill subdivision. It's an enclave development surrounded on at least 3 sides by properties within the city limits. Because it qualifies as an infill development, the site would have been suitable for cottage homes, townhomes, cluster homes, all of which are pictured here. But instead, my client decided to choose a design that was compatible and complementary to the surrounding area. Just to be clear, we are asking permission to build RS6 single-family residential homes and will comply with the Stellas Point HOA. During the planning and zoning hearing, there were concerns about increase in traffic. After hearing those concerns, we promised to work with engineering to incorporate traffic calming designs into the plan. After some feedback and back and forth with engineering, they suggested we think about curb bulb outs on the north, south, and east legs of the intersection of West Colina Vista Drive and South Jeanette Way. We also discussed installing a Hill Blocks view sign at the bottom of Lake Lowell and the top of Lake Lowell. And then an intersection ahead sign as well that will prepare drivers for that interaction with Stellas Point vehicles coming in and out of the subdivision. We understand that building healthy and functioning communities is everyone's end goal, which is why we will continue to work with the city to address as much as this matters we can. So during the planning and zoning hearing, the neighbors had requested that my client build only single-story homes to match the houses in Stellas Point. These are the homes in Stellas Point subdivisions. The garage bays and roof lines are that of a 2-story home. They may be considered single-story on the inside, but they are 2-story because of the attached RV garage bay. These are not your typical single-story homes. It's inequitable for those living in essentially 2-story homes to demand single-story on a neighboring development, such as Salazar Point. There has been concern from some of the neighbors living on the west side of the development that building 2-story homes on lots 1 through 7 would block their view and invade their privacy. They have asked that we keep those lots single stories to protect their privacy, But if you look at how their homes have impacted my client's privacy, it's pretty substantial. This is my client's view from her front yard and her backyard. She is living in a fishbowl. Those 7 homes in Stella's Point are 5 to 6 feet above existing grade in Salazar Point, which means they tower over my client's home. But she has never complained. She understands that Nampa is growing and that development is inevitable. We have agreed to join Stella's Point HOA, which means those 7 homeowners in Stella's Point will be next to homes like theirs. We are asking for the same development rights as the developer had in Stella's Point. My client should have the right to develop her property as she sees fit. She was here first. She bought her property long before Stella's Point subdivision was even thought of. A 1.5 to 2 years ago, these homeowners who are now bullying my client did not live here. She endured years of construction so these folks could have a home. And now they're trying to stop and take away her right to develop her property. She has produced a project that complements this area very nicely. This project makes sense because it complies with city code that was in place at the time of submittal. We have agreed to join Stella's Point HOA, ensuring consistency and quality. There was also a road stubbed to the site in anticipation of future development. The city understands this site will be developed. If approved, the development will create a mix of housing and density for the area while maintaining the look and feel of Stella Point subdivision. This development will also extend the pathway along the Deer Flat Canal, which will benefit the surrounding communities. Thank you, and we hope we can make this beautiful infill development a part of Nampa community. Any questions?
Mr. President, if I may. Ms. Izaguirre?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. A couple questions, and one of these may be for staff. And so normally what we are allowing as far as, or requiring as far as open space is 15%. And I said this is only 8%. So maybe that's a staff question. Do you have any idea why you are not being required to have 15% open space?
Yes, because at the time of submittal, our application submittal, we had submitted before the code
So
change.
you were kind of grandfathered in?
Yes.
In with the old status, okay. And is that something, I put people on the spot quite often. Is this something that you're willing to make an allowance to and increase that to 15%?
To increase the open space?
If for us to approve this, would you?
Yes, and we do have a plan out there that adds a little bit more open space.
Okay, my second question is, the houses that I think it would be on the west side, that would be right next to Stella Point houses, you said those are gonna be like, because since you're a part of the HOA, that's gonna be same type of house,
Correct.
correct? So that means that those are 1 story and they may have some bays, but they're gonna be 1 story living houses there?
You know, if you look at the HOA guidelines, and I've read through them, they don't state that it has to be a single story.
I thought I heard you say, and that's what I'm asking for clarification, that they were gonna be like.
Yeah,
So
mimicking the exterior,
Okay,
the
maybe
exterior, the landscaping.
So if
so
I
forth.
am in Stella's Point, and the bay, no one lives in those bays, okay?
Right.
But if you have a 2-story livable unit, then you have bedrooms normally with windows, et cetera. And do you know, so would that cause some lack of privacy as far as people looking down from those 2-story residences looking at Stella Point?
Yeah, it'll be, so the way the topography works in Stella's Point, they sit up a little bit higher, just the natural
You
topography.
said the grade was higher.
Yes, so it wouldn't be it wouldn't be exactly the same as if you had a single-story house on top of it. It's a 2-story house on the same grade. This kind of situation is where Stellas Point is elevated quite a bit. And we don't have to bring as much fill in to develop Stellas
Let me
Point.
just give you my personal opinion. I'm only 1 out of 6. I want this development to happen. For me to vote for it, I'm probably going to require the 15%.
Okay.
And I'm also going to probably require that those houses next to Stella Point are 1-story houses.
Okay.
Okay? Thanks.
President Haverfield.
Yes.
So in order to put these many houses in an infill project, what is the distance between each house?
Sorry, what was that last?
What is the distance between each house?
Oh, the distance. I don't have that. I don't have that in front of me.
Okay,
We comply with the minimum frontage and side yard
okay. I don't know what
code
that is.
requirements.
I don't
Yeah.
know what that is. but-
Yeah.
And also, you said you had another proposal.
Yeah, we,
Should this one not be approved? So why didn't you bring the other proposal here?
well, we had looked at adding a little bit more open space if
I
we
see.
needed to.
Uh-huh,
But we kind of wanted to move forward and with the plan that we had presented.
I see, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, because I thought
Yes.
maybe you had something different
Yes,
than
no.
what's here.
No,
Because sometimes they do return and they say, oh.
Sure.
Yeah, we have something else.
sure, yeah.
Okay, so most of the houses are within 5 feet on one side and 15, 20 on the other side for their property. Access for campers and whatever in both. You don't recall right off the top of your head what that is then? Because you're putting in a large amount of residences in a small area, that's why I ask.
Yeah, sure. Do you know, Rodney? or
Councilman, I
Christie?
was just going to have Christie, when she comes up, she can address your question.
Okay, no, that's fine, but I was just hoping that.
Yeah, I don't know
you
off
were
the
not
top of my
your
head, yeah. But I could go back and look that up.
We'll get that from them. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Thank you. We'll have, staff will give us their perspective. We'll have a public hearing, obviously, and then you're welcome to come back afterwards and speak. So we'll just keep you close.
Okay, thank you.
So Christie, I believe you're our staff representative. So if you could address Victor's question as far as on the side yard setbacks, front and rear as well.
Certainly. Thank you, President Haverfield and council members. So in an RS6 and an RS 8.5 zone, they have the same setbacks. So it would depend on the footprint of the house and how it sits on the lot as to what the distance would be from structure to structure. So until we know which house is going to be built on which lot, it's hard to say how far
I
apart
see.
they're going to be.
Okay,
But the setbacks are the same. The setback requirement for code is the
and
same.
what's the setback requirement?
It is 5 feet on the rear, 5 feet on the side, on each side, and 20 feet in the front.
That's what I thought, yeah.
Typically, houses don't come clear out to that 5-foot mark. If they are 5 feet on one side, they're larger on the other, just like you said, to maintain access to the backyard.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So Christie, before you continue, did you say 5 feet on the rear setback? Not 50,
Depending on easements. So easements are different than setbacks.
right?
So sometimes there's a 10 or 12-foot easement along a subdivision boundary. If that's greater, then they have to be further away. But the setbacks are 5 feet.
I'm just used to seeing 15 feet on the rear yard setback, not 5 or 12.
Well,
or
code states 5 feet,
whatever. Okay,
but an easement could be 10
More
or
than that.
12, and a lot of people design it to 15.
thank you.
So the request before you this evening is approval or denial for the annexation and zoning to RS6 and the preliminary plat for Salazar Point subdivision at 11496 Lake Lowell Avenue. This property is currently under the jurisdiction of Canyon County. It has RS6 to the north, which is the Copper River Basin subdivision, Canyon County residential property to the south. The east is also RS6, which is still the Copper River Basin subdivision, and then to the west is RS 8.5, which is Stellas Point. City engineering has indicated that water, sewer, and pressurized irrigation systems have adequate capacity to serve this property. The nearest fire station is 3.3 miles away with an 11-minute response time. The Applicable regulations for annexation are listed in your staff report, and those are what you will need to use to make your decision this evening.
Christie,
Yes.
some are having difficulty hearing in the back of the room, so if you could just pull the
Oh.
microphone a little bit closer.
Gosh, my voice carries. I don't want to yell into the...
You're projecting
Into
it towards
micro-
us just fine, but
Okay. So then to be eligible for RS6 zoning, it must match the medium-density residential land use designation that is shown in the comp plan. It should show that it is compatible with surrounding land uses, and it should not create a spot zone. You saw these pictures already. We wanted to make sure that you guys understand that the Stellas Point subdivision was constructed with the purpose of providing access to this property. Without access from this stub street, the property will not be able to be developed in accordance with the city's comprehensive plan. The property does not have direct frontage on a collector or arterial road. As such, no public right-of-way is required to be dedicated at this time. It does not meet the threshold for a traffic impact study per our policy, and this project is subject to standard street impact fees as mitigation for the contributing regional traffic. There was correspondence received from the public. A summary of those comments are traffic access and accidents on Lake Lowell Avenue, construction traffic that will be coming through the subdivision, lot sizes and density, hoping for single-story homes only, safety for pedestrians and children, response time for emergency services, water usage, the fact that people were unaware of this development prior to purchasing their home, that because these are smaller lots, they will be cheaper homes. They need to be more upscale. There is no open space. The HOA needs to be the same. There are birds that need to be preserved there on the property, and they need to use a diversity of builders, and their views will be blocked. And we also received the standard comments from the Building Department, the Parks Department, Boise Project Board of Controls, and the Engineering Division and Fire Department. So the land uses in the area, as we went through the zoning, is all residential. Subdivisions to the east, west, and north, and then Canyon County properties to the south. The comprehensive plan is medium-density residential. The density for this project is proposing a gross density of 3.28. In the medium-density residential designation, they can have 2.5 to 8 dwelling units per acre, so they're fitting right within that at the lower end. So the kids here will be attending Nampa High School, which is approximately 2.3 miles away, Lone Star Middle School, which is approximately 1.3 miles away, and Roosevelt Elementary, which is approximately 1.5 miles away. She covered the HOA comment here, so this I don't think applies anymore. They have agreed apparently to join the HOA, so I believe that issue has been resolved. So this project is proposed to be developed within the RS6 zoning. All standard building lots shall meet or exceed 6,000 square feet in area. The smallest buildable lot is 6,442 square feet, and the largest buildable lot, excluding the homestead lot that already has a house on it, is 17,030 square feet. The project does qualify as an infill subdivision, which allows for smaller lot sizes, no averaging, and no peripheral compatibility requirements. However, the designer did not include the smaller sized lots as allowed by code. They have maintained the larger lot sizes in deference to the neighbors, and the overall average lot size with all 20 lots included is 10,575 square feet. All master lots demonstrate the lot in width and depth that is required by code. Because this was submitted prior to our codes being adopted in October, they didn't have any internal landscaping required, but there are trees that are required for each buildable lot in the subdivision once the home is constructed. She mentioned that there is 8.8% open space proposed. A lot of that is the pathway along the canal to the east. She also spoke about the average home price would be $460,000. It does fall within the positive impact for the city according to that scale. The RS6 zoning is being requested right now because the property, as you may note, I'm going to go back to that picture, is very oddly shaped. So the property on the very north end is actually 17,000 square feet. And then as you come down that triangle, the lots get smaller to come around that corner. So for the, to be able to fit those lots in there efficiently, we have to ask for the RS6 zoning. RS 8.5, they would probably, lose more lots than would be worth to develop the property. So these are your conditions of approval as listed in your staff report and any others you see fit to impose tonight. This is your potential motion for both of them combined, the annexation and the plat together. If you choose to separate them out and you want to do the annexation separate from the plat, I also have motions in that regard. And I will stand for any questions.
Mr. President,
Yes.
a couple questions for Christie and then one for legal. Talking about the green space, the applicant that showed us the green space that exists at Stella's Point, do you believe that that was all of the existing green space that we saw? Are you aware that there's other green space that we did not get to see?
Councilwoman Levi, the plat that she showed is the plat I have on record.
And the reason I'm asking that is it wasn't very impressive. It was just, some grass. And so what I'm getting at with that preface is, do we have anything in code that specifies, or is that in HOA codes that say you need to have a playground or you need to have a park amenity or something within that green space?
Our codes now, after October, say that. The codes that were in place when Stella's Point and this subdivision were submitted does not say that.
Thank you. And follow up to ask legal a question, please. So because this was approved, the applicant got their application in before our code change, are we obligated to honor the green space requirement or limitation compared to our new code?
Mr. President and Councilmember Levi, in this case, they were entitled to apply for that. That was the code standard at the time. But again, this is a request for annexation and zoning. And you have a lot of discretion in determining whether it's appropriate to annex a piece, annex a piece of property, and what would be appropriate as part of that annexation approval. So you don't have to stick to that. They're entitled to apply for that and bring that forward. But again, you have a lot of discretion under the annexation portion.
Thank you. So a follow-up to that would be, the applicant stated that they had another plan or a Plan B. So are we only allowed to be ruling on what's been brought forth to us tonight? Or are we allowed to have the applicant bring forth Plan B?
Mr. President and Councilmember Levi, as, for example, Councilmember Bruner's potential suggestion, if that's where the council was to go, to require 15% open space for approval of the annexation. That would, I guess I'd defer to staff whether that would necessitate an updated preliminary plat to reflect that. But you could approve potentially the annexation and zoning pending submission of a modified plat, preliminary plat, if that's needed. I'm not sure exactly how much adjustment that would take to the existing plat, but that's the part that would need potential adjustment from a technical standpoint.
So my follow-up question to that then would be, if we were to go to Plan B, does it need to be listed in the paper, et cetera, because the people that are giving testimony tonight and the neighbors that have spoken prior, it was to the plan that we're seeing tonight?
Mr. President, Councilmember Levi, an additional requirement of that kind of open space, I don't think would necessitate a subsequent public hearing. That might be in response to what you hear from the neighbors and a potential condition of approval in response to that. But again, if it takes a modification to the preliminary plat, then that may necessitate a follow-up hearing on a modified preliminary plat.
Thank you.
Councilman Levi, Councilwoman
Yes.
Levi. Just to go for a little bit further on that, we do have provisions in the code that allows for a certain amount of change, as long as it doesn't increase the density over 10%, and as long as the access doesn't change. There are some criteria for changing a preliminary plat. If the changes that they propose are more open space and maybe one less lot, it wouldn't necessarily, by our code, require them to come back through the hearing process. If they go up in density, then I think I, as staff, would require that it comes back as a new public hearing.
Thank you.
You're
Appreciate it.
welcome.
Any other questions?
I do. Howard, you can go for it. Okay, thanks. Christy, so the applicant mentioned that the average cost of their home is $460,000. Do you know what the average is for Stella's Point, just so we can understand the compatibility piece?
Councilwoman Jangula, I do not have that number right off the top of my head. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
no worries, just wondering, thanks. What was that?
Councilman Bauer?
Sure.
Councilman Bauer, is your microphone on? At least I'm having trouble. Maybe it's just a glass. Okay.
It's just you.
Usually it is.
So that's the surrounding zoning.
Okay, and I got bad eyes, so is that, so Stella's is 8.5. What is to the west?
That is Copper River Basin. It is RS6.
Okay, so RS6 is next to it.
Yes.
What's
I think
across
that's to the
s-
east.
Oh,
correct?
sorry, east. Sorry.
Sorry, east.
You
West
know what I
is-
meant.
Okay. But it does connect to, it's connecting to Stella's, which is 8.5. And across the Lake Lowell, I got bad eyes, so that's RS7. And then what's Carriage Hill?
So to the south, there's RS7 to the west, RS 8.5 to the east, but there is a property right there directly south of the entrance that is RS 22, but it's one lot.
Okay. And then what's the Carriage Hill, which is the one on the bottom right? That's RS7?
RS7.
Okay.
And RS 8.5. They're both Carriage Hill. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
So Christie, I have a question. Looking at the proposal, is Lot 8 remaining in the county? Or is it a part of the annexation request?
President Haverfield, the Lot 8, is that the homestead lot?
Yes.
It is being annexed at the same time because that property, the only way we can subdivide it is if it's, all of it is inside the city limits, so it's being annexed.
I'm looking at one of the slides that doesn't indicate that lot as being a part of the project location, so.
And that may be an original submittal. If I may have clipped the wrong one. For the planning zoning, I kind of just reused the same show, but with their original submittal, it was not included. And we
Okay.
went back and said that they had to include it, and that's why the information changed from 19 to 20.
Right. It's slide, for the record, it's slide 290 in our packet.
Okay.
So, so that's consistent then with slide 292, where it's all a part of the subdivision, and also the planning and zoning's findings that they could go ahead and retain the water and sewer on site until at such time that they needed to connect.
Yes,
But
that is
they would
correct.
already be annexed to do that.
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. President, and I follow up on my initial question with the applicant, and this may be illegal or whatever. So my second request was that the 7 or so homes that are adjacent to Stella Point, that they would not be more than one-story homes. Is that a request that we can legally put it as a condition of approval?
Mr. President and Councilmember Brunner, again, it's an annexation, so I think you have a fair amount of discretion.
Thank you.
to include that.
And I would chime into that. If the decision is that more landscape area needed to be provided, one of the lots might become a park lot. Just as an easy solution to the issue, but I'll let the applicant speak to that if it becomes something the council seeks.
You can, Councilman Brunner. When we advertise these, we put the verbiage in here, potential development agreement. If there are extra conditions that you want to apply to the actual development of the subdivision, for instance, single-story homes, those kinds of things, we can do that through a development agreement so that we have a list of conditions to review those properties against.
If for the motion, if that motion, if such a motion is made, we just need to include as a condition of approval though?
With the development
With
agreement,
the development agreement. Okay, thank you.
yes.
Any further questions for Christie? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We do have a number of individuals that want to speak on this issue tonight. There is a 3-minute limit, and if there's one spokesman that wants to speak for everybody, we would enjoy that, but we won't deny your choice to come forward and speak if you want to. First on the list.
Mr. President, I'm butting in, I know, again, but there again, just helpful to all of us is if somebody says something that you are going to say, if you can just say, I agree, just beneficial for everyone sitting here and for the next public hearings of the folks that are waiting. So just very appreciative. But yes, you totally have the right, anyone that wants it. And if you want to repeat, that's your right. So.
Thank you, Councilman Brunner. So the first on the list is?
First, we have Chris Schiller, opposed but does not want to speak. Then we have David Burley, also opposed, does not wish to speak.
They can't hear you.
Third, we have Suzanne Sharuga, and she is opposed and wishes to speak.
The first two did not want to speak, though.
That's correct.
Okay, so she's online?
I am online. I had submitted a presentation. I don't know if you are able to bring that up.
We're working on getting it.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me fine?
Certainly. Go ahead and speak if you'd like to.
Okay, so
And
just
again,
start.
Can you give your name again so that we're all on record?
Yeah, my name is Suzanne Sharuga. My husband Ronald and I live in 11642 West Dustin John Drive in Stellas Point. We moved here from northern Idaho. And I'd just like to go through some of the items that I think were not addressed by Christie. So if you could go to the next slide, please. In looking at this, Stellas Point is really an extension of Salazar, and I think that's kind of become very clear. It's on the west side of the canal and, is accessed from Stellas Point. In our case, we do have RS 8.5, and we have wide streets and, as was shown, plenty of open area. Our concern with Salazar Point at RS 6 is those are very narrow lots in a cul-de-sac, and this is going to create some significant congestion from a parking point of view as well, which I think hasn't been discussed. And that does have an impact on Stellas Point, as we will have people from Salazar parking on the streets outside this. The other part, and I may need correction on this, but I believe Salazar Point being an infield development could end up with lots 2/3 of the size of the zoning, which would take it down to just around the 4,000 square foot size lot, which is very, very small. So that is a concern for us. And then the other point that was partially addressed, I think, in terms of the term was used, traffic calming. But I think it's a little bit more than traffic calming that probably needs to happen. If you look at the map, what happens here is there's two entrances into Stellas Point, and the two of them congest onto the top arrow, the red arrow you see there. And at that point, all of the traffic flows through that. So that creates a concern on Grace Point Way. Next slide. We talked a little bit about the zoning. And yes, the lots are larger in Stellas Point, and that itself and the width of the lots and the size of the driveways means that you really don't have a big parking issue because people are able to park on their driveways. Most pickups are longer than 20 feet, so they don't fit on driveways normally, and that's what Salazar is looking at. Again, the concern about the infield and our request that it be 8.5 zoning. North of us, south of us are all large, 8.5 type zoning. And Salazar is part of the kind of the geographic, the neighborhood of Stella's Point. Next slide, please. So I know other people are speaking to some of the other recommendations, but specifically what I've provided you here is some recommendations as it pertains to traffic. And that's adding speed bumps, speed limit signs, stop signs at specific locations. I've noted those on the map because living in the area, and we were one of the first homes in this area, we kind of know where the traffic is, where the traffic speeds, and what's needed on that. So for starters, speed limit signs at the entrance to Stella's Point, indicating the 20 mile an hour. Hunt Dog Way and Dustin John Drive do need safety bumps. It's a long downhill stretch and people just go whizzing down that now, and it's icy like it has been in the last little while. They're likely to end up in someone else's yard or in the fire hydrant at that curve.
Suzanne?
Yes?
We've given you a little bit more time than you're allowed to have, so we need to go ahead and move on to the next
I'm
person
speaking
to
for
speak.
my husband as well.
For
He
who?
registered. My husband, Ronald Sharuga, also registered.
Is he signed up? Okay, we'll give you
Yes.
another 2 minutes.
Yeah, I won't need that. So the other recommendation is to move the bus stop where it is right now from Hunt Dog Way to Tolliver Way. And I show the red arrow at the bottom. It's a whole lot safer because it's not on the peak of that hill, and it's a lot safer for the kids. So those are the recommendations. And I'm very happy to hear that Salazar is going to be part of the HOA and the same CCRs. Thank you for your time. And I'm done.
Thank you. I was just checking with legal to make sure that your presentation becomes a part of our packet of information. So thank you again for sharing this evening, and we'll go ahead and move on to the next individual that signed up to speak.
That would be, I believe it's already been deferred for Ronald Sharuga. So then we'd have next is Terry Kerwood. Is opposed, does not wish to speak. Then we have Robert Highsmith, opposed, does not wish to speak. Phyllis Highsmith, opposed, does not wish to speak. And then Art Weatherford.
Good evening. My name's Arthur Weatherford. I live at 13204 South Jeanette Way, Nampa. To make it clear, I'm not opposed to the development. I knew there were going to be development. I'm opposed to the zoning. I'll get there because my time is limited and I had a lot of issues. I want to thank the council for continuing this from December 20th because there was some research we had to do. One of the things that I agree with the previous speaker that because this is an infill, I just found this out last week, the zoning rules don't apply normally. These, my concern, because I used to work in land development investigations and stuff, is right now there's a lot of shortage of construction materials and stuff. The developer is a novice at best, and even the currently developers have shortages, long-term shortages. And if you, the RS6 allows this infill to be 2/3 the size of a normal RS6. That's a 2,000 square foot difference. So a lot could actually be 4,000 square feet. The thing that I'm concerned about, I'm going to skip some stuff because the previous person talked about it. I read the engineering report. The engineering report regarding the flooding, that the 100-year flood rule, it floods down at Colina Vista and where West Colina Vista meets. I took some measurements and I submitted the most recent preliminary plat map, and I'm a bit confused here because people talk about 20 lots, but there's half the documents I submitted, documents say 19. Some say 20, some say 19. One lot is 50,050 square feet, one lot. And they average that into all the other lots. And that lot, number 8, they want to exclude from everything. So why, and if you exclude that lot, 50,000 square feet plus from all the other lots, you have like 0.388 acres for 19 residential homes in the area. And I go back to why I bought at Stellus Point. The original annexation with the Planning Commission asked, and the Planning Commission was very, very focused on this. They wanted high-end homes with large lots with either RV bays or not a garage, but a workshop. And they said that multiple times, and 5 of the 7 planning commissioners were on the original annexation hearings in January 2018. Okay. Salazar was there. She was non-committal. She was concerned about privacy and flooding in the last meeting. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to address the flooding issue because if you look at her property, there's a 20-foot drop from her house to the lowest point of her property. The city wanted a natural common lot for drainage. Well, I'll address it somewhere else then.
Thank you, Mr. Weatherford. We'll have staff speak to any flooding if there is, that type of information available to us or not. But thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate your time tonight. Who's next?
Next, we have Monica Salazar. I believe that's the applicant.
Good evening, Mr. President, Council, and my fellow neighbors. I am Monica Salazar. I have been a resident of the city of Nampa for well over a decade now. I very much understand a lot of the concerns that had been expressed here today, as well as at the previous planning and zoning meeting, as I experienced a lot of the same sentiments when I found out that a subdivision was going to be developed at what was previously wide open spaces for me. And I did come before this council, perhaps different members, with my concern. And as an individual, my voice at that point seemed very small. And so I would ask that sheer numbers do not outweigh my concerns here today. I think that when I purchased this property, my intent was to make this my forever home with wide open spaces in the likes of the old Nampa that I came to find here when I first became a resident. My dreams have not been able to be fulfilled, and what I am proposing here is, I think, very reasonable, as I have come around myself to find conformity in that I cannot have what I dreamed of or what I expected. Every intent here is in good faith to be a good neighbor to my neighbors, and to, as I think has been said here, we could propose something very differently, as we understand that infill property per code is to be treated differently in the interest of the city, in the interest of the residents of the city as a whole. I believe also in consideration of the financial interests of the city in continuing to fill this land and prevent sprawl. I think a lot has been said about, in particular, Councilman Brunner. I'm a little baffled about this possible requirement of limiting my development to single-story homes, where in living in this entire valley, I see 2-story homes, single-story homes next to each other, in front of each other. And so this feels like an anomaly to me. And I remember the invocation as we started here today in asking the council members to act with wisdom and justice. And that just feels a little unjust to me as I see what happens throughout this entire valley. And I think as some of the pictures illustrated in the presentation, I live in a fishbowl. I have been left with no choice. I have my neighbors' windowsills sitting above a fence to my home. We are only trying to do here what is reasonable. I believe in the best interest of not only myself, as I have no longer the choice. I used to have my beloved horses. I can no longer have those because when the developer came, one day I came home and the fence was completely removed and my horses were free to escape. And my little goats, I can't have that. I can no longer have cattle. And a lot of the other nice things that I would have liked to have. I think I'm trying to be very reasonable here to conform with the interests and the desires of the city as a whole and as the residents as a whole. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. I have a question for you before you sit down.
Yes.
Current access to your home, is it across that portion of the property that we're talking about having developed? Is there a different access to your property?
Yes, I believe you're referencing Lot 8, where my current home sits, which is a 4,300 square foot home. And I think the only reason we are wanting it not to be included in the HOAs is because the house is already built and it's already a high standard quality home. And to answer your question more directly, there is a second direct access easement, which is, it belongs to 3 homes directly off of Lake Low. And so that is an easement. I would not, to access my personal home, be needing to go through Stella's Point.
So is your access along the Deer Flat Napa Canal? Or
No, it's, I sort of lost for direction. The easement borders Stella's Point.
Randy?
Okay.
When you go down the road, when you go down Lake Lowell, there's like a 3 nice houses.
Right.
There's that road that goes through.
Mine is one of the 3 nice houses.
Okay, so your access is on the west side of those homes, those 3 homes then?
Yes.
Yes, I'm a little disoriented here.
All right, and then even though you'll have an access in this plat onto what is Jeanette Court, you're not planning on accessing with your home?
It would make no sense for me.
So
I would have to go through
Can
Stella's
you
Point.
answer possibly the question that was, or the point that was raised about your lot 8
Yes.
being averaged into the size of the other lots? Can you answer that or not?
I'm not an engineer, and so this is why we've hired professionals, and it's my intent to hire professionals. I never had an intent to develop. This was my dream home.
Right.
And so I don't have an answer to that. It's a question of numbers and
know-
technicalities.
I know that they had you add your lot into the process.
Correct. As we are counting, I believe that is one of the legal requirements in order to be able to annex and further subdivide.
So when your representative comes back up, she can speak to that.
She's an engineer, I am not.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Salazar? Thank you again.
Thank you.
Next, we have Bryce DeVries, opposed, does not wish to speak. Then we have Lori Field, also opposed, does not wish to speak. Then Michael Malden.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
You don't wish to speak then?
No, sir.
But you're opposed?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Then we have Richard Hines, opposed and wishes to speak.
Yes, sir.
Come forward.
Well, good evening, President, council members. My name is Richard Hines. I live at 13336 South Grace Point Place here in Nampa. When my wife and I moved to Idaho, we had talked with all of our family and friends who lived here in Idaho. Each one of us, we were told by each one of them that the city I live in is the best place to live. My wife and I decided that that couldn't possibly be true. So we did our homework. So over the next year, we did our homework and we decided on Nampa. The values that are held dear to the people who live here in Nampa is what we espouse to. That's why we wanted to be here. To sit here tonight and watch this process just renews that fact that we picked the right town. So when we moved here, we did our research and looked at all the subdivisions we could have lived in. What we chose was we wanted to have a home that the zoning was at least R8. We needed at least a third of an acre. We wanted to have a subdivision that was was built using respected builders that had privacy and had a limited number of phases, because we've lived in subdivisions before where they just continued to have phase after phase after phase, and we didn't want that. We found all those things in Stella's Point. So the home we bought was finished towards the middle of the second phase. And so for months, we endured the concrete trucks, the lumber delivery, the flotilla, if you will, of contractors, roofers, fencing people, landscapers, driving through the subdivision, sometimes blocking a road or having them to have to move a pile of gravel so we could drive up our street. But we knew that by the end of this year, we were close to not having to do that anymore. So imagine our surprise when we find out that there's going to be a subdivision built right next to ours, and that the entire subdivision was going to have all of their ingress and egress traffic run through our subdivision. The issue too is that because we were R8.5, the fact that we have an R6 going in, that's going to bring our property values down. While the proposed selling point is $460K for these new homes, the price in Stella's Point is well over that. I agree with Art. We bought these high-end homes so we could have an RV bay and we could have a shop. So what we're looking for is some concessions from the city council, because if we don't get any concessions, then we are being mandated to sit through phase 3. I don't think that's right, and I just ask for some relief. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Highness. I appreciate your testimony tonight.
Next we have Neff Wakelam, opposed and does not wish to speak. We have Dale Montz, opposed and wishes to speak.
Good evening, council. My name is Dale Mons. I live at 13260 West Jeanette Way. And I would just like to say thank you for the work that you do. It's not an easy job knowing that every decision you make, somebody's going to go away unhappy. So thanks for that. You've heard a lot of opposition to the proposal for Salazar's Point.
Dale, can I stop you for a second? Yes,
What
Council.
was your last name again?
Montz, M-O-N-T-Z.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry for the interruption.
You've heard a lot of opposition to Salazar's Point from the Stella Point homeowners, including myself. I met with 87 of our neighbors over the holidays to get this meeting changed, and we thank you for your consideration on that. And I recognize your right to develop your property. And we understand that the streets of Stella's Point are city public streets. But so instead of rehashing about the things that we can't change, that we can't do anything about, let's talk about what we can change. Quoting from the City of Nampa Statement of Purpose, to protect the positive qualities and characteristics of neighborhoods. We want Salazar Point to be zoned RS 8.5, so we are one neighborhood sharing the same positive qualities and characteristics. As this proposal is presented, it will be an us and them neighborhood. We would like it to be an all-we neighborhood. The HOA consideration has been covered, and so I won't go over that. I would say that if the Salazar property that has over 50,000 square feet is excluded from the HOA, maybe it should be excluded from the property formula altogether. Again, I quote from the City of Nampa Statement of Purpose, to ensure public safety. We want the speed limit on Lake Lowell Avenue reduced to 35 miles an hour. We know a study is scheduled and maybe already in the works. We also want speed limit signs for Stellas Point neighborhood streets and stop signs on the key intersections that were pointed out earlier. Also, Salazar's Point proposal includes extending the pathway, and I believe all the way to Lake Lowell Avenue. What a great bonus to both neighborhoods if a sidewalk was installed from Lake Lowell Avenue connecting the south end of the path with the south end of Jeanette Way at the emergency road. This would create a safe, wonderful pathway loop through both neighborhoods and furthering the we characteristics and positive qualities of our community.
Thank you, Mr. Mons.
Then we have Bernie Mons.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that.
Jim Bivens? Opposed, and I'm not sure if he wanted to speak or not. Adrian Danilak? Opposed and wishes to speak?
Good evening. Most of the points that I had in mind were already presented.
Yeah, just repeat your name for us.
My name is Adrian Daniluk, and I reside in Stellas Point. Most of the points that I was going to present tonight were already discussed. I'm not going to bring it up, but as I listened to the opening point on the engineer, she mentioned this project will complement the neighborhood, and I just want to point that the way it is, it complements the neighborhood across the canal, the 6.0 RS, not the 8.5. If you look at the picture, I don't know if you guys could bring the picture that she had on the first page. This one. So I have a plat with her subdivision, and I'm looking at every single lot at the front line where the lots are anywhere between 70 feet to about 80 something, if I could see correctly. The house that we see over there would not fit on a 70-foot wide lot. And I could tell you because I know how wide it's a 3-car garage. I know how wide is the front. That's a little bit over 70 foot. So it is a little bit misleading to put a picture with a house like that. A house like this will not even fit on Stellas Point lots, maybe on just a few of them. So looking back at what she said, the value of the house is being $450, I think that's not fair for everybody that owns in Stellas Point, where the house is right now. There's no houses under 650 currently, and that's what usually gets, sold. Way larger houses, and we're not opposed to 6 if she would agree. So she's one of those 3 houses at the top of the hill. If she would agree with the other 2 neighbors to just have an access directly from Lake Lowell, then she could have a 6.0. Nobody will disagree with that. But as long as she wants to use the Stellas Point as an access, we asking that you consider having an 8.5, where it's going to bring the same value houses, it's going to keep our property value up. It was mentioned earlier that the setbacks between the houses are 5 feet. Well, in Stellas Point, I haven't seen a house that have 5 on each side, maybe 5 on one side and 10 on the other side. And in closing, I know that we're asking for common area and we don't have a lot of common area, but we do have a place in Stellas Point where we can walk at any point and have our dog enjoy the grass. In Salazar's Point subdivision, there's nothing other than just an alley between the 2 houses that you could go to the canal. It's going to be really crowded on the street. The driveways are not going to be able to even just 10 seconds. Even if they incorporate HOA, our HOA restricts each house to have more cars that can be parked on the property. With her having a 20-foot driveway on a 70 feet wide lot, there's impossible for her to have more than 3 cars parked. And it's probably not gonna work. So I'm asking that you consider having her be required to have an 8.5. And I also like the idea of having the lots 1 to 7 a single story.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Daniluk. Appreciate your coming tonight.
You have, Jennifer Daniluk?
Thank you.
Steve Anderson opposed and did not wish to speak.
Is there anyone else here that came tonight wishing to speak on this topic? Is there anyone online that we should address or allow to address us? No? Okay. So if the applicant's representative could come back up and maybe address some of the questions that were brought forth tonight?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Is that good? Okay, so thanks everybody for your concerns. I'm going to start at the top here. So there was a lot of comment about the parking concern in Salazar Point. We will not be parking on the street. We will not be parking in the driveways. The reason why I say that is we're going to comply with the HOA CC&Rs. In the CC&Rs, it states, let me pull it open real quick. No vehicle shall be parked or stored for a period in excess of 72 consecutive hours on a street. The lot or any other portion of the real property, including driveways. So it also says the primary purpose of a garage required on each lot is for parking and storing of automobiles and other vehicles. So meaning if there are cars parked on the driveway for more than 72 hours on the street, they can be fined. So we have to comply to this. So therefore, the parking, the excess cars on the driveways and all of that, it's addressed in the CC&Rs, in complying with the CC&Rs. And that is a big part of it. Another thing about the look and feel, we are going to comply with what's in the CC&Rs. In the CC&Rs, it states that we have to comply, I think it's 1,800 square feet has to be livable. So the interior lot, or the interior house has to be 1,800 square feet or more. Can't be less. We intend to comply to that. So those homes are going to be comparable to that in Stella's Point.
So just for clarification purposes, the Stella's Point CC&R state that the home size, livable area has to be 1,800 square feet?
That is correct. Interior. Yeah, so that is not including garage space, and it doesn't include patios, any of that type of space.
Do they require a 2-car garage then as well?
I don't recall reading that. I know it mentions having a garage, needs to have a garage, but as far as
So I would assume it'd be 2-car. If you're not allowing cars to be on the driveway in front of the garage, it would
That's
need to be inside.
what I would assume as well,
Okay.
yes.
So does it state anything about 1 versus 2-story?
I didn't see anything in here. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
You were on
Yeah.
topic, so I thought I'd.
Yeah, no, yep, perfect. No, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but I did not see anything in here that mentioned that it needs to be only 1 story. Actually, I think there are some 2-story homes in Stella's Point. There are a couple. There's that. There was some concern about adding some open space. We can most definitely add some more open space to that. We just kind of asked that it would be a condition to the approval to add some open space. Let's see. As far as the flooding concern, I'm not too sure about that. If engineering could speak to that, that would be great. But we've done some, our preliminary grading and all of that, and haven't ran into any significant flooding issues. So, let's see. There was some question about the lot size. Why my applicant's lot was so much larger, or why the owner of the property, her lot was so much larger. Well, if you subtract, and Christy, maybe you can help me out with this, but if you subtract the largest 20% and the smallest 20%, then you get the average. Is that correct? Or
So typically, when we look at a normal RS6 subdivision, we do have them do a lot averaging. But in this case, it qualified as an infill, so they were not, did not have to hold to that lot averaging. Now, if you take that 50,000 square foot lot at the end of that cul-de-sac, because we cannot see property lines on the ground, that 50,000 square foot lot is going to appear as if it were open space, because it's only got one house on it. The rest of it is an acre of open ground. Then you have 19 lots, from 6,442 up to 17,000. If we take the large lot out and we have 19 lots left, the average is 8,459 square feet.
So,
8,459.
so pardon me for just a second. Then Christie, you've taken out the area that the road itself takes up in the development. Do you know what that number is?
I don't have a gross number off the top of my head. All I have is the buildable lot area.
But the lots themselves don't go to the center line of the road. They're actually independent, so there is a right-of-way. So that street section is taken out as far as area. Was the 50,000 square foot lot averaged into the other lots as was, there was a perception that that was taking place?
Yeah, so the 10,575 square feet that I mentioned earlier is the average of all 20 lots.
Okay.
If we do 19, that takes it down to 8,459 square feet with that 50,000 square foot lot at the end of that cul-de-sac.
So it would comply.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Mr. President, just a clarification. So what I'm hearing from Christie is that if we just didn't even have this 50,000 square foot lot, the remaining 19 lots would average out to 8,459 square feet.
That is correct.
And let me just make one other a comment then. Are we able, as a condition of approval, to make sure there's no lot is less than a minimum of 6,000 square feet?
So with the approval of the RS6 zoning and the way that this is being presented, if you approve the preliminary plat, their smallest lot can only be 6,442 square feet. They will have to comply with this.
We're averaging where there's some could be smaller and some could be larger. But you're
Correct.
saying the minimum has to be 6,000 square feet for any one of those 19 lots?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Just a point of quick clarification there.
I'd like to go ahead and allow the applicant's representative to finish, and then we'll go ahead and have our dialogue back and forth. So hold your thought, don't lose it. Go ahead.
Okay, so as far as there was some concerns about that, I believe it was the last speaker just before me. he was talking about the house that was on slide 1 of my presentation. That house was used for elevation purposes, just to show what it would look like. Obviously, we don't have a design of a house yet because we don't have an approved plat. We don't have approved preliminary plat. So as far as that goes, that's just showing an elevation photo. So we understand that was may have been misleading, but that's what the photo, that's what we want the development to look like. We don't want it to look like, a matchbox home. It'll be a nice home. And it has to be a nice home because we are going to comply with the HOA. And they have standards in there that state that we have to exteriorly comply to the architectural design standards. And as part as, I don't wish this development to be an us versus them development in any community, really. If it's an RS8 next to an RS6, I would hope that all of the neighbors could get along and that zoning doesn't really matter whether or not a community can come together. I don't think the look and feel will be much different if you have slightly smaller lots. And as far as the housing price goes, we just kind of threw that out there. The market fluctuates. It's crazy. It's going gangbusters right now. Nobody knows what it's going to be tomorrow. And so when those folks bought their homes 2 or 3 years ago, obviously the price was much different than it is today. And the price is we probably lowballed it by quite a bit. I just bought a house in Boise, so I kind of know what the market is. My point is housing prices fluctuate, and it will be a nice development with nice homes, and the CCNRs will make sure of that. I believe that's all I have.
I have a couple of follow-up questions for you.
Yes.
In the CCNRs for Stella's Point, are there contractors listed that are approved contractors or not?
We don't have that yet. We don't typically do that until we get a preliminary plat approved.
So as far as a list of builders at this point, is there been one established or not?
I'm not entirely sure. That is the applicant's decision, or the homeowner's, or the property owner's decision. I can get her up here and she can speak to that maybe a little bit more.
But again, there was a concern about the character of the homes, the construction, the quality, if that can be spoken to. You've already talked about the character of the homes. There's a definition, architectural standards that are in the Stella's Point that you will be conveying or using in this.
We'll be obligated to comply with, yes.
Right. So again, just something that maybe could be stated about the builder's list.
Yes.
Is there any other questions for Ms. Aguirre?
Mr. President?
Let's start, go ahead with Councilwoman Levi and then Bauer.
Okay, thank you. One of the questions that someone had that testified earlier was concerning the driveway length. That it was a bit shorter than what was existing at Stella's Point, and that the proposed driveways in the new development, would they be long enough to accommodate a pickup? And I'm going to add this part because I'm visually just thinking, so that the pickup is not hanging into the sidewalk aspect of the property. Can you address that, please?
Yeah, you can't obstruct a public sidewalk. So the driveways will have to be pickup length. And also, like I said, you can't leave a car parked outside your driveway for more than 72 hours. And it shouldn't hang over a public sidewalk.
I might ask one follow-up, please, or make a comment. I really do appreciate you bringing the visuals, and I appreciate you're doing your homework, and I appreciate you bringing HOAs so you could answer those questions effectively, so we know what the Stella's Point HOAs say. No offense to anyone, but I have a lot of people calling me still to this day about HOAs and CCNRs, and they're concerned about them. And one of the things I instruct them to do is go and read them. And a lot of times they haven't read them. So I'm really appreciative because that's information that we need to make a better informed decision. Thank you.
Correct, yes.
Councilman Bauer?
Have you guys considered, in this whole process, have you guys even considered doing the RS 8.5?
I mean, the property is a really weirdly shaped property that wouldn't accommodate an RSA 5. I mean, those lots, I mean, I can't remember what the RSA 5 lot size is. If you guys can look. We're gonna look up. But that lot it's pretty small and it is considered an infill. Like the city has designated it as an infill lot. And we're not doing infill development. We're trying to comply as much as we can to the surrounding areas. So I don't know off the top of my head. But it would it wouldn't make the property worth developing at that point with those large of lots. Which would then take away the property rights from the owner. And the city has already anticipated development of that area with the road being stubbed to that property.
Any other questions for Ms., go ahead, Councilman?
Okay, what is the width of the street in Salazar Points?
Yeah, we are complying to code. So whatever engineering standards are for that
Is it,
50-foot right-of-way.
okay, is it 16 feet wide, 18 feet wide?
50, correct?
The whole street is 50 feet wide?
No.
I don't think so.
Right-of-way is,
Yeah, right away, yes.
road section's probably about 24 to 26.
Yeah, okay, thank you, that's what I was trying to get at. What is Stella's Point? Same? Okay. When you mentioned, and I'm talking about accessibility, I'm talking about being able to enter and exit. When you talk about not being able to park on the street, that's, you said 76 hours?
72.
72. That's the state. That's the city of Nampa code. You can't leave a vehicle abandoned. That doesn't say you can't park on the street, right?
I'm not sure if
I
that's
am.
the city code. Okay.
I am. I used to work for Nampa Police Department.
Okay.
That's what I know.
Okay.
It's abandoned vehicles. So well, that's the point, is the access of in and out of one-way traffic, almost one-way traffic. So when you say that these residences, 1,800 square foot homes or more, bigger, that there'll be sufficient street, I don't believe that. I think it's going to be a one-way. Only because I live on an 1,800 square foot home subdivision, and it's tough. So the other thing is this. The open space I'm really concerned with. And you haven't met, I mean, you having met with the neighbors, but didn't seem like you listened to them that well because you didn't put forth new open space requirement for this facility, for this project. So I'm not sure why, but you may have to do that now. The other thing is this. Can you put, I don't know where you got this picture of this beautiful home, but it's not in Nampa, is it?
I'm not sure
Yeah.
the
Okay.
owner has.
Okay, and the only thing I say that is because on an RS6 zone, this would be not able to put that residence there on this lot for 8,000 square foot lot. Do you think it'll fit?
You know, that photo was used just for elevation purposes. It wasn't used to show that this is exactly what this is going to look like.
No, I know, but I'm talking about
Yeah.
the size of home that you're referring to, like Mr. Yes, said that these properties would not fit within these homes.
We have by committing to complying to the CCNRs, there is verbiage, and I can find it if you want me to
Yeah,
take the time. But there's verbiage in here that states that the interior of the home needs to be 1,800 square feet.
Yes, I know.
So that would comply with Stella's Point.
Okay. I think that's the point that I'm getting at, is that we actually don't have to follow HOA rules. And I'm glad that you are doing that. That's commendable. But also the other side of that whole thing is the Stella's Point residents are saying no. So that's the other thing we have to take in consideration. So I think that's all the questions I have. I may think of some later.
Yeah. So just to address the street width question or comment, the streets are going to be the same width as Stella's Point. So just picture the end of a cul-de-sac and somebody coming in and out of it. It's going to be the same exact width. It's going to be the same exact width as somebody coming in and out of a subdivision. As far as the cars being parked, I'm just complying to the HOA.
Yes, I know.
Rules. That's what it states in there. As far as the open space goes, we would just like to ask that we conditionally add more open space. And we will certainly do that.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
Mr. President, can I have our lieutenant, have you come up for a minute?
So are we through with Mrs. Guer?
Any other questions for her?
Thank you so much. Yeah. Before you come up, I just want to make a point of clarification. I did ask if there was anyone here that came wishing to speak and didn't sign up. You can still come forward to speak if you choose to. So if there's anybody else that didn't speak that would like to, now's your time. All right. So now, sorry, officer, if you can come
So
forward.
you're going to educate me as I always need to be educated. Okay, so HOA does not permit any parking on the street for longer than 72 hours. So is that just totally the HOA that has to enforce that? Or if they call Napa Police and say, hey, we've given them warnings, verbal, written, or whatever the case is, are you authorized to do anything to assist the HOA?
President, Councilman, the answer is no. We don't enforce any private rule. If it's on any business, a Walmart or a HOA, we're only going to enforce what's a city ordinance or state law.
So it's my understanding that it's totally whatever the HOA can put pressure on that individual homeowner. That's the only thing it's really they're the only enforcer.
That is the only enforcer on the roadway, and there's probably something more legal could answer as far as what can be enforced on a public roadway by an HOA. I'm not sure that you can, but it's not my realm to answer that, so.
I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
I would state too that the HOA has, again, the enforcement of dues, potential for penalties. So they're the enforcer, I guess, of what you're talking about. And also, I understand that the HOA states that its cars even parked in the driveway are subject to the same requirement, not just on the road. So at this point, everybody, all minds clear? You want to go ahead and close the public hearing? You want to come forward?
We haven't heard on the floodplain yet.
Okay, so
Mr. President.
go ahead and come forward and let us know who you are, because we can't tell with a mask on.
Caleb Leclerc, Assistant City Engineer, City of Nampa. So I can answer hopefully many of your questions you may have regarding traffic, flooding. To speak specifically to flooding, we're not aware of any specific flooding issues out there. Stella's Point constructed drainage facilities that meet City of Nampa design standards, which are to be sized for the 100-year storm. There was some localized flooding at a couple of the intersections, and our understanding is that was due to erosion control measures at curb inlets being clogged. This was it still is an active construction area. There's still homes being constructed. There's a lot of debris. There's a lot of sediment and silt that gets into the roads, and those clog inlets from time to time. So in conjunction with that, Salazar Point, if it is approved, will be required to construct drainage facilities to our standards, and they will be sized for the 100-year storm event as well.
Mr. President, on the traffic, some of the speakers were talking about, school zone for bus stops, and I mean, I'm not understanding if that has anything actually to do with this decision that we're making tonight. So is there anything, my follow-up question to that, though, Mr. President, is that something that's in, as far as the traffic study and so on, and safety and so on for the school buses and calming bumps? Usually the HOA has to end up paying for that.
Right, Councilman Bruner. Regarding school bus stops, that's something that the school district decides. Okay. Yep, so if there's concerns about that, the residents can go to the school district, yes. Regarding Lake Lowell Avenue, the concerns about speed limit and sight distance, we are looking to implement a speed study there and a site visibility study for the access. One of Stella's Point access points is right at the top of the hill, and it causes a bit of a visibility issue. So we're looking at that to see if there's warrant to drop the speed limit as well as add some signage for safety. Regarding internal traffic calming, there were some comments about adding stop signs at local street intersections. Everything that we've looked at study-wise, stop signs do nothing to control speeding on local roads. So we have a traffic calming policy and a guideline that lists a number of calming measures that could be appropriate and do a better job at slowing traffic down than stop signs. You're right, though, in an existing subdivision, there is a process to go through which involves doing a speed analysis, see how many vehicles are indeed speeding. There has to be 2/3 buy-in from the residents of the subdivision to implement traffic control measures, and typically the subdivision, the HOA, the residents have to be willing to put forth money to put those in. Now, there have been times when, being this is a new project, if there is a viable concern that this project is putting on the existing local roads, you could certainly add a condition to say they're required to put in a traffic calming measure at a specific location. So,
But that would have to be in their own, in Salazar, they would not be responsible for Stella's Point, right?
not specifically, but you could argue right at the intersection. I don't have the street names right in front of me. I think it might be Jeanette Way and Kalina Vista Way. That's the main entry or main intersection that leads into Salazar's Point. You could say there is some warrant. They could put some calming measures at that intersection, but.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Caleb.
You're welcome.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Thank you. May I ask Councilman Rodriguez a question just for clarification of his point? You were making a point about lot size in comparison to the square footage of the house, and I believe it was in relation to lot size. And I just want to make sure I understood where you were going correctly. So with Stella's Point, they have a bigger lot size, and their HOAs require a certain livable dwelling. But in the proposed Salazar Point, it's a smaller lot size, but because they're adhering to the HOA and the code covenants, they're going to build the same size. And what does that look like? That's where you're going?
That's where I was going.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. And that's why he said that they don't fit.
Thank you. I just wanted to double check that. I understood. Thank you.
Okay, anything further we need to discuss with staff? Would you like to close the public hearing?
So moved. Second.
Let's go ahead and go with a roll call, just to be safe.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bangura?
Yes.
Hammerfield?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
And Brunner?
Yes.
What's the will of the council?
Councilman or President?
Yes?
So, a little bit conflicted here. I'd really love just for that lot to be a 8.5 personally, without any green space, just to kind of make it the same as the other lots. I like that the houses would be the same size, and actually wanted to get your opinion, Randy, on the situation before I make a vote.
So for clarification, what's been presented to us tonight, Christie, was that the lots are proposed to be no less than what size, what square footage? 8,000 square feet? Is
The
that what I heard?
smallest one is 6,442 square feet.
6,442.
Up to 17,000.
And that's excluding Lot 8.
Correct.
I'll say one thing before I get your opinion on everything, because I feel like I know that area well. It's kind of on a hill, there's a canal, and then the subdivision that is RS6 is kind of low, and I feel like it's a little bit separate. But obviously all the folks here are in 8.5, and then across Lake Lowell, it's RS7. So I feel like 8.5 is really a little bit more compatible in that area. That's just my personal opinion, and I'd like to get your opinion on the matter.
Well,
Because it's a different situation, it's just a little.
for the sake of full disclosure, we built our home in the Verde Hills subdivision 42 years ago, and none of you would be up there today. Carriage Hill wasn't there. Carriage Hill was a great place to go pheasant hunting, and we enjoyed our rural lifestyle, but we moved into the city about going on 18, 20 years ago. So we've seen a lot of change up there. And the Verde Hills subdivision is a rural subdivision, so each lot has its own well and septic. So those lots are a quarter acre in size. So that's 10,800 square feet. But again, water and sewer is on site. Infill subdivisions like this are able to hook into city water and sewer services. They don't need the grass areas, but you do like to see the amenities. So even in Verde Hills, we had a park lot. It was a lot that eventually we could put a pool in or do something with. And today, they've done nothing with it except mow the grass. So it's an area for the kids to go. To address your question, I've asked and answered some of the questions that I had as far as on the CC&Rs. There is the question of the transitional compatibility as far as with the subdivision. And so that's something we do need to look into and make a decision on. The average lot sizes, there was a question as whether or not they were skewed with the larger lot. We've addressed that. And then the two-story homes hasn't really been addressed. To get 1,800 square feet, sometimes a second level is needed to be able to accomplish that. If the CC&Rs require a two-car garage, that then has the ability for both cars to be inside and not exposed for the 72-hour limit thing. So I believe that the property is a logical development area for residential. It was set up that way with cross-access into Stella's Point. So I think we've addressed the parking concerns. The flooding issues doesn't sound like it's not in a FEMA map zone, so we have to worry about flooding. All of the stormwater retention will be in the development itself. So I would assume that the CC&Rs for this development would be matching Stella's, but independent to themselves. Would that be your opinion, Todd? They wouldn't have to be a part of Stella's Point as far as they would be a separate subdivision, correct?
Council President, I think I understand the context of your question. they're approved as a separate subdivision through the city process. But what they're saying is they will annex into Stella's Point for the homeowners association and CC&R purposes. So for practical application, they have to be subject to and comply with the CC&Rs, but they are separate subdivisions approved by the city.
So the enforcement of the CCNR requirements are by Stella's Point? Or would it be by Stella or Salazar?
Mr. President, I'm not privy to exactly how they will accomplish the annexation, but typically, the way it works, once you annex, then you become a part of the association, and you have your voting rights just like everybody else, and there's one association that governs both subdivisions.
Okay, so they are pulled together, and that's that "we" aspect. I'm not sure, Councilman Bauer, what your question is of me.
My question is, are you okay with RS6 versus trying to make it a little bit more compatible with Stella's at 8.5?
I don't have an issue with the RS6. I think there's a grade difference issue that is already inherent in, as far as from the west to the east, as you step down to this lower section. So a two-story even wouldn't have as much of an impact if they were on the same grade plane. And that was mentioned by the applicant's representative. So that's something you can discuss and make a determination on whether a two-story is acceptable or not. The transitional compatibility, an RS6 to an RS 8.5, yeah, there's a few thousand square foot difference there. Is that enough if they were to provide more landscape area to meet the 15%? I think it would be if we were to enforce or have that as a condition of approval. So I'm just waiting to hear what you guys have to say.
Mr. President, I'm ready to make a motion, then we can have discussion if there's a second or not. So if we can go ahead and move to the approval or denial. And I'm going to move to approve the annexation and zoning to RS6, subdivision preliminary plat for Salazar Point subdivision at 1111-496 Lake Low Avenue for Monica E. Salazar, and with the conditions of approval that are stated, plus the following added conditions of approval. And that is that the open commons area will be increased from 8% to a minimum of 15%. There will be no two-story buildings which line with Stella's Point on the east side of Stella's Point. Those will all be one-story. All houses in Salazar will be required to have, as stated, a minimum of 1,800 square feet plus a two-car garage, and that as stated, that the CCRs will be followed as in Stella's HOA as stated, and as far as under one association. Let's see if I missed anything else you guys can add, but that'll be my motion.
Is there a second?
Council President, maybe if I might, before there's a second.
Okay.
The one aspect of Councilmember Bruner's motion that's a little problematic is the square footage. That is required in the CC&Rs. If they're going to join that HOA and that's a requirement, then that's already in there. But you have some potential fair housing issues if the city imposes a minimum square footage on a home.
But it'll be imposed with the CC&Rs.
Right.
Correct.
As long as, I guess, that condition of the CCRs under one association of the HOA, as long as they can enforce it. I guess my challenge, that's why I had our great police lieutenant come up, is it's so tough. HOAs, and you can love them or hate them, but it's how do you enforce? And so as far as if you have a developer coming in and different builders coming in, how do they enforce that those are following the 1,800 square feet by the CCRs? That's the challenge that I see.
Mr. President and Councilmember Brunner, I haven't seen the CC&Rs, but typically what they have is an architectural control committee that they have to present their plans to that would have those minimum square footage, and those things are approved before they build.
Okay, and so if I may have a follow-up, Mr. President, so does staff have any say at all at that point in time as far as regarding the development agreement? from a city standpoint, do we have any say?
From the perspective of the size of the
Making
home?
sure that the architectural agreements and so on are followed and in this case, I'm talking about the 1,800 square feet.
So architectural, we can. The 1,800 square feet, we got in trouble years ago for putting that into our conditions of approval, that they have a certain size of home by the Fair Housing Association. And so we cannot put that as a condition, a certain size of a home.
Okay, and I'm not, and at this point, I'm pulling that from the condition, my recommendation, condition of approval, but I'm asking, once the development agreement, is there anything the city influences or is able to have accountability for the builders?
As far as the size, no.
So it's a trust factor.
So I have a follow-up question then for Christie. If a two-story is the only way that lots 2 through 7 can comply with the 1,800 square foot minimum requirement, this motion would then prohibit home to be built on lots 2, 3, 4, whatever that are smaller in nature. I'm just, I'm concerned about that limitation at this point, knowing that there is a standard and not really having the clarity given to us about the Stella's Point CC&Rs as it speaks to 1 or 2 story and meeting that requirement on those lots. So I don't know if you can even address that for me.
Well, so President Haverfield, I haven't seen the footprint for the homes. If they meet our minimum setbacks, which they don't have to meet the minimum setback, they can be greater than the setback if they have the space. Our minimum setback all the way around is 5 feet. If they stay within that building envelope, they should be able to meet that 1,800 square feet. But without seeing a building footprint, I can't
With
answer
a
that
two-car
question.
garage all in one level? Okay. All right.
Councilman Haverfield, this is Mayor Debbie. Could I ask a question?
Certainly.
So just a point of clarification, in the motion with Councilman Bruner, he said the east side of Stella's Point, and I just want to ensure that, is that correct, or is it actually the west side, those lots that are butting up against?
It's the
Or
east, it's the eastern lots of Stella's Point as they abut to the western lots of Salazar Point.
Correct.
There's
I just
separate-
wanted, okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure we had that correct in the motion.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Thank you. I checked with legal to see if I could ask about the motion because it hasn't been seconded, so there's not actually a motion. So if I could ask my question for clarification.
She's the one that interrupted the motion, so.
He told me I could, so I just wanted to ask Councilman Bauer to make sure that I understand this. If we're going to require the larger green space, which I agree with to a point, but if we're concerned about the lot size already, where is that green space coming from? Are we expecting it to come from the property owner's property because it's only going to make a smaller lot size? And that's what the neighbors were concerned about too. So I'm just asking for clarification.
I mean, yeah, my
Oh,
point,
excuse me, I thought it was Brunner.
You want clarification?
no,
Yeah, and
Before we go any further, I think it'd probably be best if we pull the motion so we can refasten it. You're going to have to amend it anyway with the CC&R part. So if we pull the motion and then we can have the dialogue further and then restate the motion, does that make sense to you, Todd?
Mr. President, that's fine.
Okay. So you want to go ahead and rescind your motion at this point, or do you want to try to get a second based as it is?
I mean, no, I can rescind it. I was amending it in the process, but no, we can restate it. But
I think it'd be a lot
Is it
cleaner.
okay if I respond to Councilwoman Levi?
Yeah. So the motion's been withdrawn. So go ahead.
Thank you.
You know, I don't know on the plat size. I guess my recommendation would be, because I am concerned about the privacy on the east side of Stella Point, that there may be one less house built. Maybe there will be only 18 homes. But as far as the green area, that is where I would suggest the green area would go, is potentially in one of those lots.
Thank you.
Clarity, everybody have the clarity they need? And looking at I'm looking at slide 292, I don't know if you can pull it up. Christie, can you pull up slide 292?
Well, yeah, I don't have them numbered. but-
Okay, it's the plat, the subdivision, well, that's, yeah, even that. If you can zoom in on the right side, the lot widths in the proposed subdivision are similar, except for the large one, obviously, of Lot 8. As far as the widths, they're about the same as Stella's Point. The depths of Stella's Point are probably deeper, but that's the one thing that I look for when we look for compatibility as far as of adjacent and the transitional aspect of things. So that's one thing I did notice. But again, Councilman Bruner, you made a motion. Do you want to amend what you already stated? And
You know, I would appreciate, since I stepped forward there, maybe if you go ahead and make the motion, and I'll see if I agree with it.
Well, he can't.
I'm currently acting in the
Oh,
position.
so you can't make a motion?
Well, I'll make a motion, unless, Sandy, did you want to make it?
No.
Okay, I'll make a motion. Ladies and gentlemen on the council, we're modifying too much. I don't know that that's our responsibility to modify as much as we're doing. So I'd like to really approve this annexation. That's a great idea. But I do not and will not approve for zoning of RS6 until the developer can make a better plan, a better plat, and return. Now, here's the question. Should I flat out deny it? Or should I leave open enough that we can return later to see what the developer comes up with? That's the dilemma I'm having right now. So, but for clarification, I think I need to deny the annexation and zoning to RS6 and allow them to return at another time for a different plat or approval. So that's my motion.
Your motion is to deny. Is
Yes.
there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Go ahead and have a roll call.
Bruner,
No on the motion.
Haverfield,
No.
Bauer,
No.
Levi,
Yes.
Jangula,
She already,
I already did. I
Well, yeah.
seconded.
So you need to say
You still-
Oh, yes.
and Rodriguez.
Yes.
So Mayor, you're on the call. You can, a motion, the motion's been made to deny. It's a 3-3 tie, so your vote would be the tiebreaker.
And my vote, and I would like to explain it, my vote is no. I think that the initial motion that Darrell was working on and the discussion around how to move forward, I have listened tonight to all the testimony, and I so respect the people in Stella's Point and the concerns. At the same time, it is an infill property. And I think they've changed it from, I think originally the thought was multifamily to single family. I think that the original motion was a good motion. We just need to get it right. They need to adhere to the HOAs. And we need to adhere to what we can do to maintain compatibility in these two subdivisions. So my vote is no, and then I hope we come back with a good motion to figure out how to do it right.
Thank you, Mayor. So the motion fails 4-3.
President Haverfield,
Yes.
Caleb had a suggestion.
Okay.
Maybe one of the conditions could be that we require a letter from the HOA's Architectural Review Committee when they submit for building permit.
And that was my question of Todd. If the Stella's Point CCNRs are enforceable in Salazar Point, and it sounds like they are. And that's common practice that an architectural review committee reviews plans before they're approved and move forward with a building permit. So it's only reasonable that that would be the case here as well. So Councilman Bruner, do you want to restructure your motion? Or do you want me to make?
well, if clerk has my original motion, I'm going to amend it by dropping the requirement for the 1,800 square feet, since that's not something I understand this city can do, and I would add Caleb's recommendation
Second.
with all the other conditions of approval that I
Second.
stated previously.
I don't know that you can state the motion. at this
I would have to go back.
Good luck.
So this is Mayor Debbie. I did write them down, if you'd like me to go over them.
Oh,
Certainly.
Okay.
It's kind of like
So
the
in-
angel on high speaking to us tonight.
That's why she's the
I'm
mayor.
sorry.
guys.
Okay, and I don't have you on video, so you can't see me, or I could, but I believe the original motion moved that the conditions of approval, Darrell moved that we approve the annexation and zoning to RS6 with the conditions of approval as stated with the following additional conditions, which include open space at 15%, no two-story homes on the properties abutting the Stellas Point and Salazar, those specific lots, I don't know the lot numbers, but no two-story homes there, that we follow the CCNRs as stated in the HOA, and then Caleb's motion I could not repeat. Caleb, could you restate it?
That's right.
Or the addition, not the motion, but the conditions?
So his recommendation was that we require a letter from the Architectural Review Committee to be submitted with the building permit.
I believe that was everything.
Mr. President, and are we able to require or not require a two-car garage? Or is that part of the architectural also?
That's part of the CCNRs for.
CCR, okay. Right, that's the same as the 1,800 square feet. It's not where we can put that requirement, okay?
I'll second that.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, sorry to,
Yes.
if I might, just to clarify, I think the mayor said something to the effect of follow the HOA and the CCNRs. I think it's really, they would join the HOA and become subject to the CCNRs. So we're not, as a city, enforcing it. They're becoming part of it, and the HOA enforces it. Just want to clarify.
That's good.
Thank you.
But again, the letter from the Architectural Review Committee for Stellas Point, would that come to the building department? Would they be aware of this as a checkpoint?
President Haberfield, we do have a plan reviewer on staff in the planning department, and they would review all of that against the conditions.
Okay, good. Any further
Is
discussion?
there opportunity for discussion?
One other, if I might, clarifying question. There was some discussion about a potential development agreement, having the conditions in the development agreement as well. I didn't know if that was.
I thought conditions of approval would be in the development agreement. Okay. Thank you. Todd?
Sure.
Mayor, did you have something further you wanted to say?
I did, and I just wanted to speak to the decision tonight, one, for me to vote no on the denial, and two, the consideration tonight. When I listen to the citizens' comments, I so value them, and it is so difficult because the intent is that we do not devalue anyone's property. The challenge that we, on this particular issue, is that this street, when Stellas Point was put in, that street was stubbed with the intent and clearly noted to the future development. And so I think what the developer or the landowner has done is really tried to work with Stellas Point, especially with the HOAs, and trying to make sure that there is alignment in those. And so my hope is that you guys can be great neighbors and support one another. One concern I have is construction going through the Stellas Point to get to Salazar, and for those that have just finished construction going on, that could be a concern. I don't know if we should add something in the development agreement that the developer for Salazar Point is responsible to ensure the roads are cleaned and that construction debris is not an issue for Stellas Point subdivision.
So, Mr. President, I will amend my motion to that additive, adding that Salazar's developers will be responsible for each and every day to have everything left as they found it. There's better wording than that, but that's my common language.
There might be language in the CCNRs that speak to that already.
I'll second it.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to approve conditionally the annexation and zoning request to RS6. Any further conversation? Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez?
No.
Tangula?
I'm still not okay with RS6, so no for me.
Everfield?
Yes.
Levi?
No.
Bauer?
Yes.
And Brunner?
Yes, and the mayor.
So again, Mayor, you're on the call. We have a 3-3 split vote, so your vote counts.
And I do vote yes on this one.
Thank you, Mayor. So the motion does pass 4-3. We've been in council for a little over 2 hours. Thank you all for coming. If you want to stick around, we could be here a while, the way that we like to discuss things. But we'll take a break for 5 minutes and allow you guys to slip out if you choose to.
Thanks.
Have a wonderful evening, and thank you for coming tonight. You bet. Bye.
I gotta go to bed.
council meeting. We're going to step back to item 6.1. And the applicant, I understand, is not going to make it tonight. So Rodney will come forward and give us a little insight as to what has taken place there. And again, this is the zoning text amendment of Nampa City Code 10.1.16 for the professional public storage, self-storage facility design regulations, and a location request as far as to be less than the minimum 2,500-foot buffer. Okay. Don't mind the munching, that sound that's coming from up here. If you'll turn, yeah, there you go. Yeah, if you can turn your mics off if you're going to munch. So thank you.
So President and Council, this is the request before you on the screen. I've been working with U-Haul, a representative of U-Haul, to change, to request a change to our existing city code regarding storage units and where they can be placed. They essentially wanted an exception to the 2,500-foot buffer that we have in code right now between storage units. And that exception would be for basically multi-use developments that are two-story conditioned storage and that have a different, that 25% of the entire property, less than 25% of the entire property is dedicated to storage units. And so they submitted that a while ago. They had an idea of a specific project right off of the boulevard that they would like to do. I contacted him last week and he said he would be here. And then this evening I texted him after he didn't show, and he said that he will not be coming tonight. He informed me that U-Haul has decided to withdraw their intent to do the specific project that led to this code change. And so he really didn't say he was going to plan on being here in the future or anything. So my thought here, and this is just a consideration for you, is that you open the public hearing, give opportunity for the public, and then to speak, and then close the public hearing and deny it because they are not pursuing this, and this was not led by staff.
So just for clarification, they didn't ask to withdraw the application. They asked for it to go forward without their representation, just to see what would take place.
Correct.
All right, thank you. And Todd, from a standpoint of going forward and opening the public hearing, allowing public testimony if there is any, is appropriate in this case?
Mr. President, since they didn't withdraw their application, then I think it is appropriate to have a public hearing. You have a recommendation by staff, but you can still do whatever you think is appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Again, I would normally ask the applicant to come forward, but since the applicant isn't here, he won't be coming forward. Staff, you've made a statement. Do you have anything further you want to add to that?
I can speak to the specifics if you would like, but I don't see the need to do that.
They don't apply at this point. All right, thank you, Rodney. So do we have anybody signed up to speak?
No.
Is there anyone here tonight that would like to speak that didn't sign up? Is there anyone online that is waiting just anxiously to speak on this topic?
Mr. President, I move we close the public hearing.
I'll second.
Roll call.
Changua?
Yes.
Everfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Levi?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Brunner?
Yes.
Okay, public hearing is closed.
I move that we deny this application.
Second.
There is a motion and a second to deny the application as presented to us tonight. Any further discussion? Roll call?
Changua?
Yes.
Everfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Levi?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Brunner?
Yes.
That was quick, thank you. So now we'll move on to item 6.3, which is annexation and a zoning request to RA, which is Suburban Residential Zoning District, and potential development agreement at 11255 Greenhurst Road and 11968 Meredith Court, parcels R29 30 32 6600 and parcel R2930 3265A0, totaling 4.16 acres in the northeast quarter of Section 6, Township 2 North, Range 2 West, Base Meridian, Canyon County, for David and Ann Martin, ANN 221-21. Original concept one existing single-family home and construction of one additional single-family home. Is the applicant here tonight? Would you come forward and give us your name and address for the record? And you can go ahead and take your mask off because I know Councilman Bruner's verbally challenged otherwise.
Oh, okay.
Hearing challenged, okay.
I'm just a little careful because I'm immune compromised.
Okay.
My name is Ann Martin. I live at 11255 West Greenhurst Road, Nampa.
Thank you.
And I have a prepared statement. Thank you, Council, for listening to us. 24 years ago, we purchased 45 acres to develop a low-density neighborhood with great views. We retained 2 of those parcels equaling approximately 44 acres for ourselves. In order to preserve the openness and views, we set building envelopes and elevations to maximize those ideals. In addition, covenants were developed with the same in mind, as well as other clauses to maintain an appealing area to live. Included in those covenants is a prohibition to subdividing unless annexed. This clause was intended to prevent properties from being divided into small parcels that would be high density. We have endeavored throughout the years to maintain this concept. Now, 24 years later, things have changed, as everything has a tendency to do. My husband and I both have cancer. While my prognosis is positive, Dave's treatments are no longer effective. In the near future, I will not be able to care for a large property or house by myself. Thus, we must downsize. With that in mind, we're looking for something smaller. In order to ensure the continuance of our original concept for the area, we would like to subdivide the property into 2 parcels with a building permit available for the eastern parcel. To do that, we need to be annexed into the city of Nampa in order to negate the covenant restrictions. After redrawing the boundaries of the adjacent lots, they will each have access to Greenhurst Road. The resulting acreage would be a little over 2 acres for the parcel with the existing house and barn, with the eastern parcel being slightly under 2 acres. This action will not impact anyone's view. Due to the topography and adjacent homes' landscaping, a new home would be visible to only 2 adjacent homes in Coyote Cove. This solution would absolutely be within our original intentions for a low-density, small acreage development and comparable to the rest of the Coyote Cove neighborhood. You might ask, what would prevent further subdividing of this property? A development agreement would maintain the resultant new parcel as a single home property and would ensure no further divisions. We respectfully thank you for your consideration of our proposal. Any questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Smith?
Mr. President, so is your intentions to sell this eventually, or what are your intentions down the line as far as this,
We're intending to sell both parcels.
both parcels? Okay, very good, thanks.
Any other questions? Thank you. We'll have you come back up after we get our staff report, or after the public testimony and the staff report.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, President. Oh, I didn't. Good evening, President Haverfield and Council, Doug Critchfield. The action before you this evening is what's stated. So this is actually a lot line adjustment. The owners own 2 lots, the lot to the north and a lot to the south. The lot to the north fronts on Greenhurst Road And the lot to the south is addressed on Greenhurst Road, but it has a common access drive. So to give a little bit of background to this, both of these parcels are outside of the area of impact, the Nampa area of impact. They are to the south of that. They are in the Coyote Cove subdivision, and this is Category A annexation, which is subject to specific rules. The zoning around this area is all county, except for the north, which is in the Royal Ridge subdivision, which is RS 8.5 development. All the lots around there are large lot residential. To give you an idea of how the subdivision layouts are, that in the light blue is the Coyote Cove subdivision. The Linacrest Estates are to the west, and the Patnode subdivision is to the south. The Royal Ridge is to the north. And that the Royal Ridge is within the city limits, but the others are not. This property, in terms of the comprehensive plan, because it is not in the AOI, there's no specific land use setting assigned to this property. The comprehensive plan contemplated this area as a planning area and designated it as future agricultural, but it does not have any, Nampa has no jurisdiction in this area. There are utilities available on Greenhurst. There's water, and there's a sewer connection about 100 feet away from the property. And there is no irrigation that'll have to be provided by the current services that are there. Greenhurst is classified as a collector and is 35 miles an hour. There is also full public right-of-way that exists on Greenhurst Road. The applications for annexation and for zoning are the standard conditions, and those are stated in your staff report. These are also reiterated in the decision slide that will come up. In terms of the applicable regulations as well with the zoning, the RA zoning, that's intended to be a semi-rural type of setting with limited agricultural pursuits that would be allowed on that property. The specifics of that zone in terms of its characteristics wouldn't allow anything less than a 30,000 square foot lot. And the density cannot be more than 1.45 dwelling units per acre, and the other characteristics that are listed in the RA zoning district. Setbacks also are 10 feet on the rear and the sides of the property, and the front is 35 feet. This is a view of the plat that was submitted. This is a lot line adjustment again. It's not a subdivision. The original lot, actually with that 5-foot utility easement, the original lot sits below that easement. This moves the property line and creates a larger lot for parcel 2. It was 1.2 acres before, now it would be 1.8. And it reduces the size of parcel 1 by about 0.6 of an acre. There's an existing house on parcel 1 that the Millers live in, and parcel 2 is vacant. In terms of the public agency comments, we had no objections or violations. Standard language from the building department, and the engineering division had several comments, mostly to do with some of the details of the developing the site, and that is stated in your staff report under the attachments. We did receive several letters of correspondence, emails from the public. 22 residents, 12 households were opposed. And their primary concerns were concerns about maintaining the rural feel and views to the lake. And they were concerned about the HOA and its subdividing rules that are stated in the HOA, and preserving the character. And they did not want to set a precedent for future annexation into this area. And of course, they were concerned about traffic and density and pollution as the city is moving into this area. There's also some concern about this being a leapfrog type of development. In terms of in favor, the Martins sent us a letter indicating what Ann had just stated here earlier. There was a petition also delivered to us that had about the same number of households and residents, indicating both opposition and neutrality by local area residents. And that is also in your staff report. There were 4 questions that were asked that needed to be addressed. Lois Marshall had a question about when a plat can be changed. When a plat is recorded, a parcel within that plat, depending on the zoning district that's assigned to that plat, a parcel can be changed. If somebody wants to change the plat itself, that would have to go through a standard platting process, as would normally be the case. Susan and Doug Ray had 3 questions. What's Nampa's plan for the property? If it were to be zoned RA, the property owner could proceed with the lot line adjustment and a home could be built on the vacant parcel. Will the city impose landscaping regulations so that none of the other county property owners can see into the new city expansion? Our code does not require landscape screening between residential properties. And is the city's plan to incorporate an out of impact areas, one property at a time? No, the property owners have to initiate that process, and the outside of the AOI property owners that are adjacent to city property can apply for annexation. In our analysis, this application, it all meets the current state codes and that are provide for this, as well as the if it were to be zoned RA, the new house on the lot would be within the code limitations of the RA. In terms of the concerns that the property owners in the Coyote Cove HOA have about the rules of the HOA, that would need to be resolved between the HOA and the applicants. The Napa Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval for this on December 14th, 2021. The conditions approval are stated in your staff report. It was suggested that a development agreement be developed, and so we would propose that with an additional condition of approval that was added just today. We received some feedback from the city attorney about additional language that should be added as a condition, primarily that only one house can be built on that vacant parcel, and that it has to follow as closely as possible the proposed lot split legal description. And of course, any other conditions that the council wishes to impose. And so with that, I'd be glad to take any questions.
The legal condition of approval that was added, that also reinforces what Mrs. Martin was saying, where there would be no further subdividing of this 4 acres.
Yes, President Haverfield and Councilmember Brunner, that would be the case. The new owners of the property within the city, they would have the right to apply for a development agreement modification, but the same notification process and public hearing would be required.
Hey, Doug, this is Mayor Debbie. I don't believe that somebody's mic's not on because I have not been able to hear the last 2 questions.
Guess what? That's me.
Okay,
And,
could you repeat those questions?
Yeah, my first question is what legal Todd has suggested as an added condition of approval. I was just clarifying and confirming that would prevent any new owner from subdividing these 4 acres any further. And Doug confirmed that. And then the second area was that whether this property at all was contiguous to any city limits, and I assumed it was not.
President Haverfield and Councilmember Brunner, the property is contiguous to the.
Oh, it is contiguous?
Yes, on the north side to the Royal Ridge.
So that's how
subdivision.
this request can be made then?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I might just respond, a little clarification on Councilmember Brunner's question. So the proposed condition you have the existing home on the parcel that the Martins have lived in, and then the condition limits the new parcel to only one single-family home. If you want that to cover the entire property, we'd modify the condition a little bit to say both parcels are limited to one single-family home.
Yeah, I personally would want that, so.
So Doug, I have a follow-up question, and there are currently 2 lots, correct?
That's correct.
We're talking about a lot line adjustment. Why is that coming before council for approval?
The applicant had stated that the current subdivision, CCNRs don't allow a subdivision of property within those CCNRs. And the owner has requested that they annex into the county in order to be able to subdivide. Again, this is not a subdivision, this is a lot line adjustment. so-
Annexation request is why it's before us tonight.
That's correct.
So there's 2 lots. Don't they both have a building permit available to them, or do they not?
I would have to ask the applicant, I don't know the answer to that question.
Normally, that would be the case. So if you're just talking about a lot line adjustment to kind of even up the parcels, that's why I was questioning why it would even be something we would be deliberating on. But the annexation request is really what's prompted it, connecting to the city utilities as a part of that request. So I'm not sure if I'm clear yet as far as on why we're even being asked if they have a building permit for both lots. Why are we even discussing this?
Yeah, I would suggest we ask the applicant that question. It's my understanding that the county wouldn't allow them to build a home on the second parcel, and I don't exactly know the reasoning why that is, so.
Maybe you can think about that when you come back up to speak to us then, Ann.
Mr. President, I might
Yes.
chime in there if I might as well. The development agreement, if they're interested in having a condition to help appease some of the future neighbors' concerns about limiting it to single family, that development agreement would need to come here as well.
All right, thank you. Another reason why it's before us then tonight. Any other questions for Doug? Okay, it is a public hearing. We do have several people wanting to speak, or at least here tonight to be a part of the process. So we'll start with the first one listed.
David Martin?
Good evening. So I'm David Martin. I'm the other half of 11255 West Greenhurst. I had a conversation with the builder last Friday as we were touring other houses. And it came up that we had 4 acres we were going to sell. And his eyes lit up, and I showed him a picture from my phone of the property. And in about 2 minutes, he had it split up. Parking lots were in, apartments were up. And I said, no, that's not what we have in mind. And he quickly lost interest. My point is that what Ann and I have in mind is exactly what my neighbors want, and that is to protect the idea that we had 25 years ago when we started this subdivision, is to protect views and space and the like. And that's why we're asking for 1 house on about 2 acres instead of what's just across the street, the density in Royal Ridge. You're going to hear in a bit that this sets a precedent. I hope so, because anybody that's on Greenhurst or on Middleton now can apply for annexation and potential split. And this precedent will be that no, we're going to try and keep big lots with some space and some views for people, and not split them up into tiny little lots. You're probably also going to hear that I've opposed a couple of requests for splits in the past, and that's true. It's years ago, there were 2 relatively smaller lots that requested split into really smaller, really, really small, relatively, around 2 acres down to around an acre. And I would still be opposed to the one in the middle of the subdivision, but probably not the one on the edge. Since the city's now right next door, it changes everything. Oh, and finally, you'll probably hear that this is going to interfere with everybody's sight lines and views. And I think Ann mentioned that a handful of houses will even be able to see the house that goes in next to ours. And it's not going to affect anybody's view. Any questions?
I do have a question. When you purchased the property, was it already 2 lots?
It was 45 acres. We did the subdivision
Okay.
25 years ago.
So at what point was the property split into 2 lots?
At the very beginning, we thought we would need 4 acres. Turns out that was probably not true. But so we took a little over an acre from the lot 16.
Okay. So you always had you always had 2 separate lots though, when you did the split?
Correct.
Do you know, was there at some point in time a discussion about having a separate building permit for the balance of the property?
There's never been a separate building permit, and the county would not allow that.
They would not allow it? Okay. But as a city hooking into city services, it kind of changes the game a little bit.
The plat has a little notation that says if you annex, you can't be split unless you annex. And so we're annexing in order
To have the split?
have a second building permit.
Do the adjustment at that time. So again, just so that I'm familiar with where your home is, it's next to where the Lees used to live, is that correct?
Yeah.
2 down? Okay. All right. I know exactly where it's at. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions for Mr. Martin? Pardon? Kenny Lee. Thank you, sir.
Next was the ophthalmologist, Bob, can't remember his last name now, but he was right next door.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Next, we have Susan Smith, does not wish to speak and is opposed. Gary Smith, same thing, does not wish to speak and is opposed. Ian Binns, not sure if you'd like to speak. No. Opposed. And then Susan Ray would like to speak and is opposed.
Good evening. I have the plat, and what it says, let's see here. With the exception of lot line adjustments, there shall be no re-subdivision of any lot within this development unless annexation into the city or rezoning by any agency with jurisdiction occurs. So that, the way we read it, that is not in our CC&Rs. That is down at the county. That was an aggressive move being taken over. That wasn't a request. Now that's just words, those are verbiage. What we're worried about is those lots are engineered. Hooking up to the water and the sewer with the city obviously negates that, but there was a reason by the county this second building permit was denied. The Martins have done an excellent job maintaining the large space. We understand 2 acres is still a large lot. Our concern is on Middleton Road that is also contiguous. Those are 1 acre and 2 acre lots that would be split down. That's what we're worried about, is we would just like to have our out of impact area remain the way it is. And next week, you will all be meeting on that issue. And if you'll notice, Coyote Cove is not colored in. You're not interested in us. I'm sure the Martins, it's a tragic situation. I'm sure they would be appreciative of what happens, but you also have to look at the rest of the complex and the residents that abide there and how we feel in opposition to this. We're not interested in being part of the city. We have wells, we have septic. We'd like to keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony tonight. Next on the list.
Jordan Nelson, opposed. I'm not sure if you'd like to speak.
Is that Jody? Man.
And then
Troublemaker.
Janelle Nelson, opposed and would like to speak.
Okay, I'm Janelle Nelson at 11293 Greenhurst Road, right next door. My letter of opposition is both on file and also noted in the December 14th hearing minutes, which I hope you have. I do have concerns about this annexation proposal, which is directly next door to our property. I'm opposed to this kind of leapfrog approach to interfering and adjusting a very clean line on Greenhurst Road between the city and county. It's a straight line. Yes, it's city limits across Greenhurst in the golf course area. And I know that is contiguous, but it's a very clean line now. The 17 neighbors have met with both you and the county multiple times to keep Coyote Cove and our Greenhurst homes out of the impact zone, knowing that it's often the first step to annexation. And you have unanimously and intentionally removed us from those proposals of the impact zone time and time again. The Martins have joined us on those hearings and we have their signatures. They've always been in agreement to that opposition. And you know, next Tuesday night, you do have another hearing or proposal for the impact area. And I don't know if you can put that up there now. It's okay. You all know. You haven't even proposed for us to be in the impact zone this time because of our multiple times that we've met before you. And we really appreciate that. The pink impact area proposal goes completely around Coyote Cove, leaves all of Greenhurst Road out of the proposed impact zone. So we really appreciate that. And that's because of our opposition time and time again. We're united and in 100% agreement that we won't require city services. We all have our wells and septics. And we're very grateful about you removing us from that next proposal next week. Thank you. And in keeping with your master plan on growth and knowing the strong and disapproval of this annexation proposal, I think that the Martins' request is premature. Its approval would negate the years of work that this rural community has fought for to keep us out of the impact zone and, of course, the city limits. At the December 14th hearing before the P&Z, and you have those minutes, Mr. Turner voiced his reservation on the project because it was not within the area of impact, and he said it does open the door to future annexations when clearly the neighbors do not desire that. And then Mr. Kehoe agreed with him, and then all of a sudden there was more discussion about the direct development agreement and making this all happen to protect us. The DA was discussed to put the limits on what could be done if the property is annexed. It seems like with several of the surrounding lots having large animals and some cattle and chickens, that we're just cutting out the acreage, the very idea of cutting out the acreage to annex it in the city is by the very definition incompatible. And I urge you to deny this annexation.
Thank you, Janelle. A question for you. You mentioned next Tuesday night. I'm unaware of what meeting that is that you're talking about.
We got the letter in the mail. They can tell you.
This a P&Z meeting?
Or is it-
Yeah, this is this will be going to the P and Z, and this is the AOI expansion and the future land use map changes.
With
Thank
this
you.
map, and it shows us completely cut out of even asking us to be in the impact again,
Yeah.
because we have,
Mr. President, probably out of order, but at least in my 6 years, I don't ever recall a forced annexation. I realize that could change, but
No,
just FYI.
thank you, Janelle.
Costin Purview, opposed and did not wish to speak. And then Al Knapp, also did not wish to speak and opposed. That is it.
Is there anyone else here that didn't sign up that wanted to speak? Is there anyone online with the same desire? Okay. So if the, Ann or Doctor, if you can come back up, maybe address a couple of the questions that came out of this.
I just want to address the question on the plat restriction. The plat restriction, we actually put that restriction in. It wasn't from the county at all. We wanted to do that to make it harder to do what we're trying to do. And then Janelle mentioned leapfrog development. I don't understand that term, leapfrog. Isn't that where there's development and there's farmland and there's development and you leap over the farmland to do another development? Isn't that what leapfrog is?
It's when a property isn't contiguous to the city limits.
It's not contiguous, yeah. So we're contiguous and there's medium density right across the street. So I don't understand how it's leapfrog.
So when you talk about a plat restriction that was self-imposed,
Correct.
that's what you said?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And again, back to the city, the requirement by the county that you would need to be into the city limits to be able to do anything further at this point, that was an understanding that's been in place for quite a while.
Well, when we did the subdivision, we put in the restriction, can't subdivide, in the CCR it says, can't subdivide except under the restrictions noted on the plat. And the plat says you can't subdivide unless you're annexed into the city. So if we went to the county, they would look at those two things and say, well, you're not annexed and therefore you can't. So we, in order to split, in order to keep, if we sell this 4 acres to one of these developer guys, and this guy on Friday was the third one that I've had tell me that the best thing to do is to split up into as many pieces as we could, and that way we get the most money. That's not what we're about. We're trying to keep it the way it has been. So if you deny, and I sell the whole 4 acres, we're going to sell it. So we sell the 4 acres to somebody who says, okay, why don't we develop it? Then they could be right back here. 19 you'd probably turn down, but 5 or 10 you might approve. So I'm trying to do what is the best thing for the area behind us, and I don't understand why my neighbors don't understand that. Anyway.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Mr. Martin? Thank you again. I had a question for staff. It was fleeting. It went right here and went out that side. I can't recall what it was, but I believe it had to do with, it was area of impact. Does Caldwell's area of impact abut our area of impact on the south portion of this?
President Haverfield, it does not.
Okay. So logical, and we've been talking about this going forward, logical increase as far as an area of impact by the city is going to be south for Nampa, it sounds like. So that would be reasonable that this request would be a part of maybe that discussion, although as to Councilman Bruner's point, there is no forced, we see enclave parcels all over the place in the city of Nampa at this point where people have chosen to stay in the county and not be annexed. So That's not what's in play here. And the fear of that is nothing you have to really concern yourself with, but. Okay, so we've had everyone have an opportunity to speak. We've heard from staff and by the applicant. Is there anything further you want to ask? Or do you want to go ahead and close the public hearing at this point?
Close. I move.
Again,
Okay, motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, roll call.
Jingula?
Yes.
Everfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Levi?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
yes.
And Brunner?
Yes.
Okay, what's the will of the council? There is a motion to either approve or deny on the screen, or amend as you see fit. What are your thoughts?
President, I have a couple thoughts. And to everyone here, my family farmed, by that lake for 100 years now. So it's important to me too, to kind of preserve it as well. Just as someone that lives in Nampa, that has a lot of family that lives out by the lake, I have all the same concerns as you have. And also I have some concerns that if they sell it, that down the road, that thing will get developed worse than what you guys think. So for me, I'm kind of looking at it, what's the worst of, is it, if we deny this, then you may be looking at something much worse 10 years from now than just, than that. So, anyway, just my thoughts, what I'm thinking right now.
Mr. Haverfield, just keep this evening moving. We're already running long on these. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion. We'll see what happens with the fellow council. I'm going to move to approve of the annexation and zoning to RA zoning district at 11255 Greenhurst Road and 11968 Meredith Court for Dr. David and Ann Martin. We have all conditions listed in the staff report and the added list that our legal has added, with the addition that both lots will not have more than one building per lot on them.
Is there a second? If not, I will. Any further discussion? Roll call vote.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Jingula?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
And Brunner?
Yes.
So it does pass. Thank you for coming this evening. I'm sure a few of you will be slipping out as we go on to our next item. Congratulations and best wishes to you both. Okay, we're on to item 6.4, which is an action item, annexation and zoning to RS 12, single-family residential, 12,000 square foot zoning district, and potential development agreement at 345 West Dooley Lane, which is parcel number R2924201100, totaling 1.25 acres in order to connect existing single-family home to city water utilities, and it's located in our county. For Jean Hennis. Is Jean here? Is she online?
Council, the original applicant changed because of the property being sold. And so Mr. Chris Poppy is here representing the property now.
How do you spell the last name?
Poppi.
Mr. Poppy here? Can you come forward? Give us, again, your name and address for the record.
Chris Poppy, 345 Dooley Lane.
Okay.
And I accept the conditions of the annexation.
Okay. It was pretty straightforward. You just want to be able to hook into utilities, so that's why the annexation.
Correct. As far as I'm concerned, there was an issue with the well before the sale of the property, so there was an emergency water hookup.
And you're in RS12. Why RS12?
Excuse me?
Why did you choose RS12? Maybe staff can fill us in on that.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll let them speak to that
Thank you.
question. Any questions for Mr. Poppy? Thank you, sir. We might have you come back up here in a minute.
No problem.
President and Council, this is the request before you. As you can see, the the original applicant requested RS-12 because this is a really large lot. It's also in an area, I'll jump forward just a little bit and then come back. It's also in an area that is the low-density residential on the comprehensive plan. And so the RS-12 allowed for the sized lot that they already currently have. So it's pretty simple. December 14th, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval. And I didn't get the L on the last word there. They did recommend approval. And then, as I mentioned, Chris and Ashley were a little bit surprised by this because the applicant submitted the annexation and connect to utilities and then sold the property. And so they were left with a property that had utilities but was going through the process of annexation. And so a lot of this they were unfamiliar with until just a little while ago. Okay, so surrounding zoning, you can get a sense of that on this next slide here. RS6 to the west there, but it is in the low-density residential designation on the comp plan, so it does match that. And then county properties to the north and to the east. I'm going to skip over a lot of this, not really relevant. The utilities are available except for sewer, which is quite a ways to the property in question is on the east side or the right side of the screen here. To the very far left is where the sewer utilities are available, but they do have water and irrigation available in the road right there on Dooley. Applicable regulations, you know these. I'm going to skip over them. They're in your packet. And I can look at the zone, but the requested use of the property is consistent with that, what the zone allows. There's the more conditions of the RS zone. And then if you choose to impose a development agreement modification, these are the regulations associated with it. We had limited amount of correspondence, your typical response from the building department, the dedication of 40 feet of public right-of-way from section line for West Dooley Lane. And I've spoken with the Poppies and they are in agreement to that, to dedicating that 40 feet of right-of-way. Essentially, it comes up to their existing wall or fence in their front property. So, Nampa School District just encourage safe walks to school and bus stops where possible. A single annexation property like this, not a lot of opportunity for this. But I think I've pretty much covered everything. Here are the conditions of approval and potential motions for your consideration.
So Rodney, as far as this annexation request is only for hooking into utilities, they're not changing the property, so they're not required to do any frontage improvements besides the hooking in. And again, a part of what the request is tonight has nothing to do with any future development down the road with this zoning designation if they choose to put something on there that meets that criteria. They've got a large enough lot that they can do that. We're not approving anything along those lines tonight. It's only to be able to hook into the utilities.
And annex into the city.
And annex as well. Right, thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone signed up? Is there anyone here that wants to speak on this topic? That didn't sign up? Anyone online? The mayor's still out there, so he's not chiming in at this point. So, so if the applicant can come forward, if there's anything further you want to share with us, or are you good?
Good.
Okay.
Encourage construction of a sidewalk.
Pardon me?
I would encourage construction of a sidewalk.
Okay, we might just put that condition on it.
I'm not sure he understands that.
No.
So just for clarification, typically the city wouldn't do the construction of the sidewalk. It's on the developer or the property owner to do that. As part of a subdivision, we do require that, but annexation, we don't.
You understand that?
You still want to do that?
No. Okay. So, No other further comment from staff. Any further questions to staff or to the applicant by the council? I would recognize, or if you want to make a motion to close the public hearing then.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call?
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Angula?
Yes.
And Brunner?
Yes.
What's the will of the council?
Mr. President,
Yes.
I would move that we accept the annexation and zoning to RS12, at 345 West Dooley Lane to connect existing single-family home to city water and utilities, along with conditions of approval for Chris and Ashley Poppy in case ANN 222-21.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Roll call vote?
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Angula?
Yes.
And Levi?
Yes.
Okay, you're good.
Have you been here all night? Yes. I'm sorry.
Okay, now we're on to item 6.5.
I know.
Another action item to consider fee increases and fee policies for parks and recreation. Services increases may include services at the rec center, cemetery, golf, park reservations, and recreational programming. And Darren's here to speak to us.
Good evening, President Haverfield and council members. Today, we're bringing forward our fee proposal for 2022. This is an item that we bring forward annually. We review all of our fees. Many of our fees are tax subsidized, but there are a few exceptions. The Recreation Center, it's expected that the revenue cover the fees, the operation fees for the Recreation Center, and then same as golf. And so it is expected that our revenue cover all of our expenses for golf. So our staff is online on Teams here to help answer any questions. Jennifer, you can probably share the screen just in case there is a question that comes up in regards to one of the fees. Not going to go through all of the fees because there are so many, but probably if I was able to speak to the broad message of a fee increase is with our part-time staff, and we're a service industry, so much of our expenses are staffing. We're just seeing a real a need to increase wages for part-time staff. Many of them are still under $10 an hour. We have so many vacancies right now. I do think there's a good possibility that we're going to have to reduce some hours in our pool for a short time until we can start building up this staff pool. And so that's the broad message. The way we come to deciding the fees, we do research on the expenses of some of the programs. We also do market and comparison research. The comparison guide for the golf courses are in the back of the packet. I guess a philosophy that we've tried to do is be competitive with prices. We're a recreation department, but at the same time try to be responsible and trying to bring in and take advantage of the market while we can. We do understand, especially with the golf courses, that we have a purchase coming up. We have some capital improvement plans that we've deferred for a number of years. And so there's probably somewhere between $3 and $4 million of capital improvement projects that have been deferred. And so it's important that we're able to build up our fund balance after our purchase so we can maintain the golf courses that are in just a great condition, and they're competitive, and they're a place where our citizens are proud to golf. Also, besides the fees, we've included policies for the rec center. not too many changes. One of the changes is trying to clarify some of the information on, we started offering no contract memberships, so some language changed there to make that clarify. And then I spoke to the council a month or so ago about how we process and how we interact with insurance companies and reimbursement, and wanted to put that in the policy. On page 24, I want to note a correction, and it's not in regards to the actual numbers or the fees, but it's on the notes. You'll see on page 24 on golf, it will say senior scholarships. In our draft fees that we were working on, we were trying to come up with a process of scholarships for seniors, those 65 and older. Things kind of fell apart with that particular program, and we failed to get it off of this particular last draft. And so if you could, we would correct that and take that scholarship note off of this particular fee increase, or this particular fee proposal. I think, like I said, we have our staff here. If there's any particular questions that you would have, I know this is a public hearing and others will be able to chime in if they want, but if there's any other questions that you might have, we'll be happy to answer those.
Just a general observation. You probably could have eliminated some of these increases if you just had pickleball go up 100%.
Very true.
That's the hot one now.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah. Thank you, Darren.
Yeah.
Mr. President, I need to just disclose that I received an email today from a passionate citizen, a wonderful citizen. So I just need to disclose that I did not open up the attachments, but I think the attachments were in our packet, but that his recommendation for someone who serves on the golf committee as far as the fees regarding the golf courses. So I did print it off. It is here, so I don't know if that's a clerk or if that's wants to be read, or but it is a comment from a citizen.
Well, I didn't see it, so I'll read it, and we'll find out who it is. It's Glenn, whoever Glenn is.
Rimby.
Okay. Well, have we gotten to the point where we're having public testimony yet? We've had the staff speak. They're the applicant. So is there anyone here that wished to speak on this topic that either didn't sign up?
We have no one signed up.
Is anyone online? Okay, so we do have one individual that has taken the time to express their thoughts to Darrell. Thank you for taking my call today. You took the call.
Well, I didn't know what he was going to talk about. I don't shut citizens up, let's put it that way.
There you go. Attached are the 3 documents that Michael G. put together for your review. At the end of your council packet, about page 510, there is a spreadsheet regarding golf fees. Unfortunately, the increases in these fees are minimal and drastically lacking. If you take the Biden inflation factor into consideration, these increases are not sufficient. Basically, $2 increases aren't sufficient. So here's the bottom line. The time is right to raise fees since our courses are the most cost-effective golf experience in the valley. Here are the reasons why green fees should be increased immediately. If the purchase of the golf course is completed, Parks will be borrowing at least $3 million from the city that will be paid back as soon as possible. The city shouldn't be using taxpayers' dollars to carry this debt for 15 years. There are some immediate financial expenditures needed to be effectively run the golf courses. The primary concerns are regarding irrigation, which could cost an additional $2.5 to $3 million. Therefore, there will be approximately $6 million in debt of upcoming expenses that need to be repaid through the cash flow from the Centennial and Ridgecrest courses. Therefore, I would like to see the greens fees to be increased, what would be considered the medium green fees in the valley. Thank you for all that you do as you try to keep our city logical, safe, and financially solvent. What's that have to do with someone being on the golf commission?
Mr. G.
He's not on the golf
Yeah,
commission.
yeah,
No.
yeah, so the golf commission approved these fees. I
Okay.
think Glenn is speaking as a private citizen.
Okay.
He's not part of the golf commission.
So you've already taken into consideration the potential purchase of the 2 golf courses in time. The increases in the rates are pretty much what was approved by the golf commission and forwarded to us for approval. Is that correct?
That's correct. They supported it, the fees that we had presented. That's correct.
So he's looking for something above and beyond that.
Yeah, but he's really involved.
That's correct.
He's involved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Rimby? Too bad he's not here to speak. So this will be on record.
Who's on your golf?
Actually, I need to clarify as well that I have been speaking with some of the members of the golf commission because I am the liaison. And so, yeah, there you go.
Okay.
I'm disclosing that I also spoke with Glenn. Same exact email, though, word for word.
Okay.
And just clarification, Mr. President, I think. Glenn
No
was
cookies for
reporting
you.
that actually the content was supposedly from Mr. G.
Who's
Michael
G?
G.
Oh,
Michael
Mr.
G.
G-E-E.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
But he's not on the council, he's not on the commission, golf commission.
Not necessary. So, Todd, did you have something you want to say?
So with the disclosures, this isn't as quasi judicial as a land use hearing, but it still is a public hearing. So when you disclose a communication, like Councilmember Brunner did, you either read it, so it's in the record, or just describe what was said in your communication. So if I could get Councilmember Rodriguez just to describe the nature of his conversation with the.
Well, this is not him, I'm the liaison to the commission. And so I've been discussing this quite a bit with a lot of them, but I have not made any kind of stand regarding that issue. I do believe, in my own personal opinion, after looking at these numbers, that these numbers are not sufficient.
And Mr. President, Councilmember Rodriguez, so what I'm looking for is just a description of your conversation with them. Some were in favor, some were against, or?
That's the part right there. There was a commission hearing that they themselves discussed this. I did not attend that. Some were pro, some were con. So it's just a matter of more listening. Yes.
So for clarification, Darren, there was a vote taken. The majority vote was to move this forward for our review and approval.
Right. The golf commission, there was a vote, and they recommended the fees that are in your packet. Mr. Rimby and Mr. G, those are interested citizens in golf, but they're not part of the golf commission, but certainly they have interest in the
Okay.
topic.
Thank you. So for clarification purposes, you both received the same contact from Mr. Rimby, but you didn't act on it. We read it into record tonight, so you're aware of their position. My position is, let's decrease the golf, no.
What?
Golf fees are what they are, and we appreciate having the golf courses, and eventually we hope to own them. But that's a discussion for a later time at this point. It's not before us this evening. What is before us is rate increases for golf and everything across the board that Parks and Rec take care of. So we have a public hearing. No one wants to speak, so we need to close the public hearing. Somebody want to make a
So
motion?
moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Fingula,
Yes.
Everson,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
and Rodriguez.
Yes.
Okay, so council discussion at this point. Anything further you want to state?
Mr. President?
Yes.
Question for Darren, and maybe for the council to consider. Since the sale of the golf course have not gone through and we don't have exact numbers that we're working with, my first question would be, is the increase in the golf courses really feasible to maintain the golf courses or to be putting something away so when we do purchase them, that's going to cover that, help cover toward the purchase price? Or do we raise them now, the suggested increase by the commission, and then revisit it in a few months once we have actual numbers that we're working with? Because I guess what I'm having a hard time is we don't have numbers that we're working with. And so how do we go from abstract to something concrete? That's my first question.
Yeah. Councilwoman Levi, with the proposed fees, we believe that there will be some funding. We'll have more revenue than expenses come in for this current fiscal year with this fee structure. I think some of the comments are correct from Mr. Rimby, and maybe the analysis of Mr. G is that there's room for them to go up more simply due because of the market and the demand for golf at this particular time. And so if it's the interest of the city to try to collect more and take advantage of this market that's very hot in golf right now. It hasn't always been that way. There have been times where we've had to be creative and cut expenses just to cover the expenses. But the way golf is in the last 2 years, there's opportunity to increase fees and capture that market. Of course, everybody knows the disadvantage of that when you're a municipal golf course, when you're trying to serve the public, is that affordability factor too for for all of our citizens. And so we try to balance that and try to find the right spot that we can meet our goals and objectives. And we have many objectives that we're going to need to take care of once we buy these golf courses, that's for sure. It'll be, though we're not going to have more money than we need, I'll put it that way. So it'll take a while to build up the fund balance. And so don't know where to go. I'm a little, it's unusual to be in a position where they're saying, oh, maybe fees should be a little bit more than what we proposed. And so, but I guess that's the honest feedback is there is a market for golf right now, and the market would probably bear a higher expense than what we're charging now.
So further to that questioning then, so if I understood you correctly, with the fee increase, we would have some excess.
That's correct.
Is that excess, where is that excess now? Are we going to accumulate it over a period of time and then put it into the irrigation and the repair? We're going to put it down towards payment on the purchase of the golf courses? What does that look like?
Yeah, so I guess there's two things. What we expect to do is put some money down on the golf course, and then we'll have some golf course debt once we purchase them. In addition to that, we know that we'll have some deferred maintenance irrigation projects that we need to take care of. And so over time, that excess money, the revenue that exceeds the expenses that goes into a fund balance, that will be used twofold. One is to pay down the debt, and then two is to save up to take care of like an irrigation project or some of those deferred maintenance needs.
Okay, thank you. So two comments, one about the golf courses and one about the rec center. First off, with the golf courses, I'm a little bit torn because I do believe in that we need to manage it well, and we need to also prepare for the upcoming expenses and the maintenance, because if we don't take care of those things, it runs down into disrepair. And I believe as knowing the history, especially of Centennial, that is really the picture of, and the standard, I believe, of what community is all about and how that golf course was built. And so I want to encourage that we're taking care of it, but I want to encourage the affordability so our citizens can use that. But I also understand realistically that it's not just Nampa people. We have people coming from all over the valley to come to the golf courses and use them. And I don't want to tell people, for instance, if there are seniors that are on a limited income, that, you know, we're going to price it out. Even if you had something to do with the building of a golf course, sorry, you're going to get to a point where you're not going to be able to afford it type thing. So the other thing that I wanted to make a comment about was the rec center, because not knowing this was going to be on the agenda about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and being that I frequent the gym maybe 6 times a week, I had people coming to me because it was the end of the year and we have all of our New Year's resolution people also coming in. And they made the comment is, do I think that the fees were going to raise? And they were concerned about it, especially in today's economy and the out of control inflation that we've been experiencing. So the thing I would like to say, just to answer, and this is what I told the people as well, when you take and break that down, a per day cost, and especially the family pass, you don't get anything that's even close anywhere with all the amenities that our rec center has to offer. And I know our staff works really hard, and especially those doing the cleaning after. I mean, it's just, I would not want to have to do that, but they do an incredible job and they do it with a really good attitude. But it really surprised me when you told me that a lot of them are making under $10 an hour. That was like, wow. So anyway, thank you for what you're doing, but I just wanted to throw those comments out. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Mr. President, just a question. What does Red Hawk charge for their green fees?
It's on the,
You can tell I'm not a golfer.
yeah, it's on the back page.
Yeah, I'm sure I
But
probably
I'll,
just didn't read it. 511, thank you. I'm going to have him. Yeah, can you read it? Do you have it?
Which one are you looking at?
Red Hawk. I'm not looking at Centennial or Ridgecrest.
39.
Oh, it's up on the
What?
screen.
39.
Theirs is 39.
Just a green fee, though.
Just the green fee.
That's not the cart.
Okay, so the
You get out
car,
of there by $47.
We're 34.
Yeah.
she just, Councilwoman Jangle, just.
Cheaper than Red Hawk by $5.
And then the cart is more than what?
Yeah. Another,
What are the cart differences between the two, Victor?
well, it's about, well, the cart for Centennial is only $16 to $17. The cart for Ridgecrest, I think, was
17.
17, right.
10 and
And what's Red Hawk cart?
Red Hawk is about 12, 13, and they're raising theirs now.
You
Yeah.
have a Red Hawk, $17. Yeah, and then proposed, the same for the carts on Ridgecrest and Centennial, 17. So we'd be the same in the carts. I think membership fees, annual membership fees are very competitive for the city, and then certainly day fees are competitive.
And as far as you know, I know you don't have to keep tabs, but Red Hawk is keeping busy.
They are.
They're,
So supply and demand is, like you said, there's room for increase.
well, I think most of them part is that they realized that they needed to increase their fees because of the maintenance and the salaries and stuff. So, yeah, I think everybody in the Treasure Valley is increasing their fees. Yeah, Banbury just went to $95. Oh, wow, that's going to happen.
And I think,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
okay.
Well, I'm just going to
And,
say.
yeah, and I think.
Go ahead, sorry.
Oh,
I'll shut
okay.
up.
Okay.
You sure?
And I think,
You get that in writing.
you know, there's just like Councilwoman Levi talked about, Glenn Rimby talked about, there's just a lot of strategies and a lot of philosophy when it comes around, you know, golf course fees, especially when you're talking about a municipality, trying to keep that, trying to pay your bills, trying to maintain the course nice, and then looking at the affordability. We're certainly willing to take direction this year if you want us to, try to be in the market in a certain place. It's not that we're not able to understand that we're offering some very good fees. We certainly understand that. We understood that going in tonight. But if we had some direction from the council that with a philosophy of kind of if we want to be right in the middle somewhere, we could come up with those numbers to present. Whether it's later this year or next year, you could approve what we have this year, what we presented, and then we could try to get more feedback from the council and take direction and get the fees to something that everybody feels comfortable about. The downside of that is we lose, this season of revenue that we might have been able to charge more for. That's the downside. The upside is it's still very competitive. I think what we worry about the most when our season passes are too low is that the season pass sales are going to go up and they're going to increase so much. And with golf, you only get so many people on your golf course at a time. And so sometimes when you average out season pass holders, it might equal $15 to $20 or even less per round. And then, as you can see on the weekday fees or the weekend fees, if those are taken up by pass holders, you have less opportunity to make those day fees. And so there are strategies on both sides to look at. And I think when we figured it out, I think Centennial, their play, if I remember right, is right around 24-25% of pass holders, and Ridgecrest about 14%. But we have more passes sold at Ridgecrest than we do at or more passes sold at Centennial than we do at Ridgecrest.
President Haverfield.
Yes, sir.
I agree with all the other fees, Darren. And I think those are very conservative increases for our community as well. I agree with the increases to the Ridgecrest and Centennial passes, but I don't agree with the green fees. And this is a business, and I don't know a golfer that's going to get mad because you increase it $2, $3, $4. They're still going to go. The problem we have is the maintenance and employee salaries. It's unheard of to pay these people who we expect to work hard $10, $11, $12 when everyone else is paying $14. More than anything, we are customer service related to the golf courses. And the reason why is because these people come back for that. I know that as much as we have played around with the golf courses in terms of purchasing and also maintaining them, that we pay more for maintaining them than we get for revenue. Every year, it almost seems like we're down 20, 30,000, right, Darren? No?
No.
If we could increase that and increase for the maintenance part of it and the operations of it. So I'm kind of torn here because I think we do need the increase, at least what you've proposed here now. The Centennial will be $27, go up to $29 for green fee. It's on the weekday. And Ridgecrest is $34 to $36. So, and the reason I said that it's reverse, we're losing money is because we don't have sufficient money to fix all what we need to fix. That's what I meant. Okay. So therefore, I'm thinking about doing this. I'm thinking about proposing that we approve, I guess, the fees at Ridgecrest and Centennial, with the exception of the green fees. I'd like to see them go up $5 each. That'd be $32 for Centennial, and I think 34, right? 39 for Ridgecrest. That will help us get a cushion for what we're about to do as purchase, or it would also help with our maintenance and operations. What do you think? That's just my opinion.
Not to disagree with you, Councilman. I feel a lot more comfortable with going forward with what's been presented to us, because there have been those that have spent the time to come up with the numbers that they're proposing to us tonight. We can always adjust those next year, even if it's a budget amendment, if it's needed. At this point in time, I think it behooves us to listen to what's been presented. I don't think it's my place to arbitrarily state what the rates should be. I think that the Golf Commission has made this recommendation to our Parks and Rec Department. We're looking at a lot of other things as well that we can nickel dime if we choose to. But tonight, at least, we've been given a clear path to what the rate increases could be that would meet the needs as they currently exist. So I wouldn't be in favor of any rate increases beyond what has already been presented to us, unless you want to increase the mayor's golf tournament stipend to, it's already going up 33%. If you want to go up another $5 on it, great.
No, and you know, and so let me clarify. Let me clarify this. I do agree with the numbers. However, could we look at this after the purchase, or could we look at this 6 months from now and reevaluate? That's what I would really like to do. Okay.
So, Mr. President, that's what I was going to ask. There's no limitation in, we don't have to wait, then just do this on an annual basis. It could be
Yeah,
less
we
than
could
an
do
annual
it, you know, so the golf season starts March 1, and so when you're looking at the season passes, they're buying them right now. Many of them that already had, tomorrow they go at these rates, but many of them have buying them at last year's rates, and we let them do that to get in before we raise it. And so sometimes with revenue, we're kind of a year behind anyway, at least with the pass holder rates. So I guess it would be, in 6 months, it would be too late for the season pass holders really to adjust it for that year, because it'd be gone. But in terms of being able to adjust our prices, it would give us another season to, or the beginning of the season, to see what our attendance is and what the use is. And we could certainly evaluate that anytime. Just a public hearing. If it's over 5%, we just have to post it and go through this process.
okay.
But we could certainly do that.
Okay.
Councilman Bauer?
Yeah, I would had a suggestion, because I agree, I don't know golf at all, but everyone I talk to thinks they're low, too low. So can we approve this today, and then before March, you know, maybe consult, because I trust Victor on this, being on the commission, and a lot of people on that board are thinking they're too low. So if we could adjust it before the season starts this March, that'd be better than wait until after the season.
That's good. So do you want me to make a motion?
Go ahead.
Okay, I mean,
Natalie had
I'm sorry.
Sorry. So I don't like debt, and it appears that, you know, when you look at this, and Red Hawk they're doing just fine, and we're $5 below them when you factor in their green fee and their cart fee. So to me, it makes sense, knowing that we have upcoming expenses, that it makes sense for us to increase it now. And then, because any day that all the days that we just don't do that, we're missing out on that money. So we know we have these expenses coming up. So to me, it makes sense to just up it now, and then we can reevaluate if we need to drop it in March or whenever. But to me, it makes sense to not lose money now. So I would be in favor of increase $5. It's not going to break anybody, and we can see it through the stats that people are still golfing with that $5 increase.
Aaron, just before you say anything, we're talking about Parks and Rec's budget. So there's things that are happening in other line items that are pooled together along with golf receipts and increases. You have a pool of money that's available depending on what the needs are, whether it's something at the rec center or whether it's something at the golf course, correct?
Yeah, we have separate, they're kept separately, and so we have a fund balance at the golf course right now.
Okay.
And then.
What is that fund balance?
It's about 5 million.
Okay.
And then separately, we have a fund balance at the rec center to take care of capital items and HVAC systems and
So
things like
the
that.
conversation as far as the purchase has been 3 million drawdown of your current reserves, borrowing from the city, 3 paid back with interest. So currently, there is a path to purchase if it's accepted at the state level, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So what we're talking about, again, these rate increases to pad an already $5 million surplus that is there. Part of it needs to be retained in case of emergency, but $3 million is going to be available immediately for the purchase of the golf courses.
Yeah.
I just wanted that clarity for the council.
Yeah, and I think the concern is also knowing that there's probably 3 to 4 million in deferred maintenance, like when we replace the irrigation system and that kind of thing is we will have to capture some revenue to pay for those. So it may not be able to be done all at once. The irrigation system may have to be replaced in phases or parking lots redone, things like that, cart paths in phases.
To me, there's something counterintuitive with being in competition with the public courses. Private, public, when we start talking about how do we match up with Ridgecrest and Timberstone and all those others, there's something about that just doesn't sound right to me, that we're in competition with, these entities that are, they need that for their income. So as we're talking this through, I think we offer something that's unique to Nampa, that's special. We do want to protect it, but again, as a revenue source for long-term purchase, there's something counterintuitive to me about that. So I just wanted to make sure I understood what we're talking about.
No, I don't.
But President Haverfield, I think the folks, the golfers, the avid golfers, thank you, want these courses to be Nampa. We know that. So I think they would understand that, hey, this is something, it's going to cost a little bit. We want it. It's going to cost money. We're going to have to put out some dollars. Not everyone golfs in the city of Nampa. And so this is the time. So to me, it's not counterintuitive. To me, it just makes business
No, it's just
sense.
competition with private enterprise.
Well,
I love competition.
President Haverfield, if you go to Timberstone, they're up $49. That's what they're costing.
Anyway, I'll be voting for an increase now rather than waiting, so. Make that apparent.
So,
do we need a motion then? Or do we want to keep talking?
I think Sandy needs to say something.
Just one thought, Mr. President, I may be taking a little bit of a conservative approach here, but I usually advise you treat proposed fees kind of like your budget, where you can approve that amount or something less as far as what's put forward to the public versus going above what's been put forward to the public, since it's a public hearing. So that's my counsel, is to keep that at your maximum, but you can certainly give direction to Darren to bring another one back in a month or before March or whatever to increase it significantly more. But for public hearing purposes, I advise we keep it to the maximum or less that's been proposed.
Maybe that's the counterintuitive part of it that didn't make sense to me.
Hi, Councilman Haverfield. This is Mayor Debbie. Could I say something?
Sure.
Okay. I just want to say, Todd, thank you so much for sharing that. I think that was a very well said, timely, correct advice. I think that when we have vetted and come forward with a recommendation, at this point, we need to go with that because that is what we stated in our public hearing. And we can certainly come back when we notice it with a different fee increase. But because we didn't notice it, I totally support what Todd said. I appreciate you sharing that. And I wish I could make a motion, and I would. But I don't think I can, so I would hope someone will to move forward.
Mayor, thank you for that, and I will make the motion to move forward with the fee increases as proposed to us tonight in our packet without any changes made at this time. Okay, so a direction given to staff to reassess what we're going to be needing going forward for deferred maintenance and then long-term golf course purchase. So if you can meet with your folks and come back to us after the first, well, we're after the first year now,
Yeah.
before budget in March, so.
So this is Mayor Debbie. Was there a second to the motion?
Not yet,
Not sure.
not yet.
Because it sounded as though the motion failed.
That's right.
I had written down, excuse me, Councilman, I'm President, I have that you made the motion and that Bauer seconded it.
Okay.
Oh, okay,
That was the clarity that I lacked as well then.
okay.
So the motion did fail, I guess, if there wasn't a second. So what's the will of the council then?
So I will make a motion to approve the fees. And instead of a $5 increase, a $4 increase with the, after the purchase that we reevaluate and we'll give you direction where to go from there.
I second that.
What was that again? Can you clarify what you said by a $5, not a $5, but a $4?
A $4.
So you're
So-
decreasing.
No, that's increasing.
No, you just said.
So
from
this is
5
Mayor
to-
Debbie.
We're only increasing it by $2 on this one. I'm increasing it by 4. Because by 5, you need a public hearing, right?
So, Mr. President, there was a second on that, so I still need the legal, what you said earlier, Todd, so. Since you said your advice is not to go above the max of what is recommended in a public hearing and to do that at a later time, is that not what I heard?
Mr. President, Councilmember Bruner, yes. That's my counsel. The 5% that Darren is talking about is, it's not a $5, it's a 5%. If you raise your fee above 5%,
Then you have to have
then you
another
a public hearing. And
If it's only 4%, then you do not have to, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and let me just add, since there is a second on the table, that I'm probably what will then deny this as far as advice from the legal, but I would want to have a set date when we revisit this as far as fees. So I don't want to just have, well, in the future or in March. I want to know what the said date is.
Okay, so I'll re-amend and make another motion. Do we accept the,
So you're pulling your motion.
I'm pulling a motion, I'm going to
Pulling the second then too? Oh, that was
Yes.
Natalie, okay.
sorry, Natalie.
You're good.
And accept the fees as is, with direction from the council at a later date. How's that?
And I think that was my motion, so I'll second it.
Thank you.
Okay. Before March, yeah,
Okay,
for our next budget cycle.
okay, yes.
Is that our budget cycle, is March?
Yeah.
That's when we start
Well,
talking
I'm trying to do the calendar in my head to, get it noticed but we can come very close to sometime in March, I believe.
Is the first council meeting March 2nd?
7.
Or is that March 1st?
7.
We opened it, I think.
One clarifying question.
Public hearing's closed.
That was my question. I wasn't sure if we'd opened it and closed it. Okay, good.
I made sure with Nathan that we'd close the public hearing.
So I'm sorry, when is the first council meeting?
March 7th is the first council meeting in March. And of course, it has to go through planning and zoning, correct? It has to go through 2 hearings or just 1?
No, I think if the direction is to, if you wanted to go through the Golf Commission for them to have input, we would need to go to the February meeting with the Golf Commission. And then I think we could get get this noticed and bring it to a council meeting in March. It could be, without studying the calendar and kind of doing it, it could be the second one in March, the second.
Well, let's just do it.
Could be that one.
Toward the end of March. We'll give
Towards
you
the end of
plenty time.
March. Mhm.
So
I think we could get it
You okay with that, Jacob?
done.
Okay.
Somebody doesn't have their mic on.
That would be Jacob.
I just wanted to give him a little bit you know, that we're kind of on the same page, that we're looking at that Red Hawk amount as far as something being similar, just to be fair and market value and able to pay employees
Okay,
a decent amount.
Okay.
right, thank you.
All minds clear?
Yep.
Okay, any further discussion? There is a motion and a second. Who was the second? Okay. All right, roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Chingua,
Yes.
Bauer? Levi,
Yes.
Hammerfield,
Yes.
and
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor, you don't have to break a tie. There is a second item here, as far as a follow-up action item to authorize the mayor to sign the resolution to adopt the increased parks and recreation fees.
So move.
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Chingua,
Yes.
Hammerfield,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
and Brunner.
Yes.
Okay, so we've gone through our public hearing items.
Only took 4 hours.
So let's jump back to new business. Actually, before new business, we have staff reports.
Tom's always short with these.
Right, where is it?
Thanks, Todd, for that clarification. It's a good reminder.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the order. Oh, here we go. So, proclamations, Napa residents wishing to speak on an agenda item. Sorry, you can sit down for a second. Is there anyone here that would like to speak on any items that were on the agenda or not on the agenda? Come forward and give us your name and address.
I'm Christian Case, and I live at 435 Arrowhead Drive, Nampa, Idaho.
How do you spell your last name?
C-A-S-E.
Thank you, sir.
The first thing I'd like to say is I'd like to invite you all to the Boise March for Life on Saturday, January 22nd. That's this Saturday, beginning at 1 p.m. at the Julia Davis Park. We don't have many opportunities to protest this scourge of abortion in Idaho, and this is a chance we can to do that, and I'd like to see us all get out there and protest. I'm going to talk today about, well, I'm going to call this the jabs and the war. I'm not going to try to fit this address into 3 minutes. I'm just going to give you the first 3 minutes, and I'll keep going next time until I get this done. But I feel it's important, so here we go. I'm calling it the jabs and the war. So, why am I'm telling you about this stuff now? We've had mask mandates for almost 2 years and jabs for several months. The answer is that there will always be another virus, another jab, another Chicken Little screaming at the sky is falling, and you have to do whatever they say to survive. We have an enemy, and we need to recognize what this enemy is. So at this point, I feel I need to admit that I'm a Christian, and my remarks are coming from a Christian perspective. Some pieces may translate into other religions, others may not. But this talk is intended to be to and for Christians. And I apologize to those that have other religions and perspectives. So, who is the enemy in this war? Henry Kissinger calls it the New World Order. Hitler calls it Nazism. Stalin calls it communism. Paul, in Ephesians 6:12, says, For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against the principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Jesus Christ talked about the thief who comes to steal, kill, and destroy. That's John 10:10. Right now, our primary human enemy is the Chinese Communist Party and traitors here in America and around the world. These are the ones who gave us the COVID viruses and vaccines that supposedly protect us from those viruses. They have made their objectives known in their Agenda 21 and Agenda 31. They make no secret of their intent to lower world population to 1/2 billion. Since the population is currently running about 7.5 billion, they are obviously intending to find some way to eliminate 14 out of 15 people around the world. Our enemies are not sweet and nice. They don't care whether they kill you by a patented pestilence, a vaccine that purportedly protects from the pestilence, war, famine, Hitler-style death camps, or forced organ donations like they perform on Chinese citizens today. Also, the 1/2 billion people they plan to keep are expected to be totally subservient to absolute tyranny. If they want your liver for one of their elite, they'll just take it. If they want your daughter or granddaughter so that the elite can underage rape her, you should have nothing to say about it. This is what Jeffrey Epstein was doing on that island of his. I've heard that his girls, and some boys too, average 12 to 15 clients per day.
Mr. Case?
Yes.
You've gone beyond your limit quite a bit, and I appreciate what you have to share with us tonight, but
Thank you.
Can you-
I'll start again.
Mr. President, if I may, Mr. Case, how many pages do you have?
4.
can you,
You were on your second one?
Yes.
And so you think you can complete the, next time you can complete the rest of it?
No.
do you think you
I
could,
will tell you what I'll do, though.
Yeah, Mr. Case is with us every council meeting.
Yeah.
And this exception, where we did not do it at the start of the meeting.
I can give you the whole thing if
yeah,
you
if you
want.
want
Oh,
to
I
give
would
it to
love
the
it.
clerk, then he can disperse it to us.
I would appreciate that if that meets your standard.
Thank you.
And the March for Life is this weekend?
On the 20, it's Saturday,
What time?
Mr. Case.
1 o'clock at Julie Davis Park.
Oh, in Boise?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you for coming tonight. Thank you for what you had to share with us. Is there anyone else here that wanted to speak? Now's your chance. Anyone online? Okay, Tom. Speak to us.
Mr. President and Council, so you have a lot of information in your staff report. I'm just going to let you read some of it, but the two things we want to cover for sure today are the transportation funding and then the final ruling on the Riverside case. So I'll start with the Riverside case. So this has been an ongoing court case for a number of months now, and we got a favorable ruling in Nampa's favor, thanks to the excellent work from our legal team and reinforcing what's already in the code about a municipality being able to use their water to extinction. So that was one of the primary pieces in this case, and had a very favorable judgment, which was really, like I said, it was a team effort across the state. We had at least 10 cities behind us and AIC helping out with this, all the legal documentation. So we just found out about this judgment and are excited about it.
Is there an appeal period after this?
Yes.
How long?
Was it 45 days, Nate? Yep. Some
Clock's ticking?
clock is ticking out
Do
sometime
you think they'll try
mid-February.
to appeal this decision?
We don't know that, but I mean, it's a very strongly worded judgment in our opinion, so hopefully that helps them deter from the next step.
Great, thank you.
Good news.
Yeah, thank Nate back there. He did a great job on this, so Yeah.
It's good.
So yeah, that's exciting news to report, and we'll just keep going forward. And next I want to, what's that?
That was Chris Meyer with Gibbons. Personally did an excellent job. I was really just a cheerleader, so. And
As we all are.
It was all great team effort.
I'm just clarification, if I may, Mr. President. So when you say a strong ruling, this was one judge,
Yes.
Okay.
It was a district judge, and
district judge, and if there is an appeal by Riverside, will that come before the same judge, or do they appeal to another higher body? So that from a district, it'd have to be Supreme, wouldn't it?
Most likely Supreme Court.
Yep.
I don't
And
know
does
that
that,
they would
does that
assign
go before the full Supreme Court or just one Supreme Court judge? Okay.
full.
And so the Supreme Court would actually, within 42 days, be willing to set if they get an appeal, would actually be willing to do that within 42 days, or can they set it any time down the line?
Mr. President and Councilmember Bruner, I suppose I could deny cert, but the 42 days is simply for the other party to appeal. And then if they appeal and the Supreme Court takes it and doesn't assign it to the Court of Appeals or something else, then there's a briefing schedule and, you know, your months involved in that.
So we would not, final thing, we would not be able to move ahead though until, if it is appealed, we would not be able to move ahead until that appeal is heard.
well, I mean, we're still planning the design of the project. We won't, right? Yeah. And we still have other alternatives if something does go haywire. I mean, we've got options to put directly into our pressurized irrigation system as well. So I think we'd still want to do some sort of reuse because it makes sense. Yep.
Can I
Okay.
ask before you go on, as far as biosolid reclamation, as far as at the plant, selling to industry, like, is it, what are they called, Timber Creek?
Timber Creek.
Is that happening?
Nate's been trying to negotiate a price on that. So far, the landfill is still cheaper than going to Timber Creek.
Oh.
But if the landfill price goes up much more, then that will change. So we're gonna, Nate's working on that, and we'll have another meeting internally later this month on that. Any other questions regarding wastewater? We move to transportation. So Jeff and I are going to split this presentation up. I'm going to take the first few slides about the funding plan, and then I'll have Jeff transition into the projects. So we've got some really exciting times for transportation. You can go on to the next one, Jeff. Yeah, so, you know, we've heard from the citizens every year that the mayor does her, what does the citizens like us to work on, transportation and safety come up at the top. So, and, you know, we still have our $14 million a year deficit, and that includes deteriorated roads, sidewalks, congestion issues, and bike and pedestrian. Next slide, Jeff. So this, we've come before you, it's probably been over a year now with our transportation funding plan. If you remember that stacked bar chart that said if you follow all these options, then we can get there and fund that $14 million gap. So this is the refined plan, and basically in two prongs. You have your local side, and then you have your federal and state side. So, and then if we, you know, these options will close the gap. And so some of the things that are on the table, I'll start with the local side. You know, the countywide registration fee is still an option. I think we'd want to do a code change to change the number of agencies that agree to do this, so it doesn't have to be 100%. I think that would be a good thing, and we could maybe that'd be a viable option. The 1% property tax increases that we've been asking council for is still a need at this point to help match the impact fees that we increased a couple of years ago, and we appreciate those as well. A stormwater utility fee and a streetlight fee are methods that some other cities in Idaho are using. And then back to that top box, there's, our GO bond is expiring in a few years, so we could reinvest some of those dollars back into a bond and see a net neutral for the citizens and get, multiple $1 million worth of work done. That's one option, or we could apply for all this Infrastructure Job Act money that's coming down that you've heard about through there's $1 trillion of grants across the nation. So those two combined, if we could come in and reset our level of service by getting a bunch of work done, then we could increase our impact fee, because that's one of the limiting factors on being able to increase our impact fee is our level of service is a D. If you come in and build a bunch of projects and reset it at C, then you can collect a larger growth percentage in your impact fee.
When is the GO bond, when's that up?
24. So those are some things that are in the works. We've been planning, and we'll come forward to you in February on the Infrastructure Job Act and the ARPA funds, on some ideas on projects for those. We're working internally on that. And also in the background, we've been working on the federal and state prong, because we talked to you last time about the initiative with the Idaho Transportation Department that we teamed up with all these 5 associations and got everybody to agree to a common message. That's going to generate about $1.5 million additional a year just for Nampa itself. $13 million across the state is what we proposed. And then the sales tax increase for locals. So we have $500,000 in there. So last year, that sales tax bill, they increased the percentage of 1% up to 4.5% going to transportation. 80 million comes off the top to go to ITD for their projects in their TECM program. And then the rest goes to locals. Well, that's coming in more like double or triple what we thought it would be because of the way the economy is in Idaho. So that should be more, that should be 1.5 million. We're looking at a gas tax formula adjustment as in next year's agenda. And then you can go to the next slide, Jeff. So this came from the governor's office here last week too. You have it in your packet. So besides the Infrastructure Job Act that's coming across the nation and increasing some of the funding in locals and states transportation, Idaho is doing really well. I mean, we're growing. We have jobs and a strong economy. So the governor wanted to help out transportation because he also hears about it and wanted to put $200 million additional money ongoing into the state and local transportation. So it was 80 million for locals, which that's a significant amount. If you run it through the formula, that's $2 to $4 million a year additional. So some of those initiatives I just showed you, we may not have to do because of what the governor just did with this bill. So that's excellent news. It also brings in $200 million of one-time money to take care of deficient bridges across the state. So exciting times. There's a lot of work ahead of us, but we've been talking about funding for a long time, and this is the most positive I've ever seen it. And so it's exciting to come up and report this. Is there any questions on funding before I turn it over to
Mr.
Jeff?
President, just real quick, remind me again on the county-wide registration fees, that is a for sure?
No, Councilor Brenner. So we'd have to do another MOU and initiate that again. We didn't, remember, if you recall, that we were trying to do that right before COVID hit, and we had a couple cities that didn't want to participate.
Jeff went all over the place, and then we had a couple back out, or whatever the case is. So, but you feel positive that we can turn that around?
I'm not saying we want to do it right now, but it's an option on the table that if we could get the majority of them to sign again, we could at least get it on the ballot and talk about it.
And we were talking about what kind of an increase do you?
$25.
$25 per registration.
Yeah. Okay. All right, Jeff, it's all yours.
Mr. President and council members, Jeff Barnes, Deputy Public Works Director for Transportation. I'll be brief on the projects tonight, but if you have any more, you want any more questions asked, I can answer those by phone or email. First of all, I'm going to highlight some of the bigger projects we have going on, and I hope this would be of interest to you. They're pretty impactful regional projects. First of all, State Highway 16, Phase 2 design, and this is Phase 2 on the screen right now, and this is an interchange, and State Highway 16 is between 10 Mile and Garrity, and that is going to, Phase 2 design just completed. They're wrapping up right away, and then construction is anticipated to start this year.
Oh, nice.
Yep, State Highway 16 Phase 3 is where they put overpass intersection improvements at Franklin, Eustic, and 2026 and State. And so this, actually Phase 2 is about, I don't know how many years ahead of schedule. We thought it was going to happen in 7 to 10 years, and now it's already going to be being constructed next year. So who knows when Phase 3 is going to happen, especially with all the infrastructure money coming, but it's anticipated to follow after the design of Phase 3 is going to start after Phase 2 construction. I haven't given you a briefing on this one. This is a partnership project between police and Public Works. Very exciting what's happening. So this is an intelligent transportation. Yes, yes, sir.
Sorry, I didn't know you were going to jump ahead that far. I just had a question as far as on the connection to I-84, the Highway 16 connection. Is that going to be a bridge overbuild like at 10 Mile that will allow southbound access continue on McDermott?
If Phase 2 is more like the Flying Y. It's going to be and then Phase 3 comes in, and then they're going to have full interchange improvements.
The south or northbound traffic on not Robinson, but to the connection point to the interstate there will allow a bypass around the city for beat trucks and that sort of truck traffic long-term?
Yes, sir. So you're referring to the south connection to the interchange?
Right.
Yes. So the original project did not include an environmental analysis to the east. We've been working on that from the mayor's office and from the council perspective, asking for a southerly connection. ITD said they would not preclude that in the future, and we've started our own project for that south connection, looking at the alternative. So it's a planning project we have underway, and we're working with ITD. We just talked to them last week, and we're interested in pursuing that project, and we're looking at the environmental impacts currently.
Great.
Intelligent transportation system. So currently our folks have to go out to a signalized intersection, open up the cabinet in the middle of rush hour if there's a problem. This will enable us to reach that through a laptop. Also time signal corridors remotely, identify hotspot problems that are repetitive. The police can do analytics for crime enforcement and investigative assistance, and all this is happening right now. So we're about halfway through design for it. We have Amazon in lieu money. ITD's committed money from the Amazon money, so we're about half, we're over half funded. We've requested about $1 million initially in ARPA funds towards this project, and then we're requesting another $1 million, and we anticipate construction starting in FY22. This is a good opportunity for the city. So initially, we wanted to run all this conduit to every intersection in the city. It was going to take us $14 million and years and years to do it. A private company, TDS, came in and said, well, we're installing fiber to almost every intersection, every neighborhood. They're putting this all in. They've started that. We negotiated an agreement where they could use our conduit in the ground, and we swapped 10 miles of conduit hours for theirs. The agreement's going to be coming before you. We came with a sole source, if you remember last council meeting. So and that's at zero cost to the city. We're going to be able to reach every signalized intersection with our ITS and with our police system, analytics system in the next 3 years. Super exciting. If you remember you remember this, if you're on the council, we went through the intersection designs last year. And in March, we had a public hearing, and we looked at 14 intersections. We received public input on those intersections. We had 1,200 people provide a survey to us, and so we selected intersections, and I want to highlight you on the progress of 6 of those intersections. This is a location of those. The first one is Midland Lake Lowell. This will be the first one we go to bid in the spring. If you have any questions, let me know on these projects. I'm going to blow through them quickly. The second at Kings and Victory, we're wrapping up the final right-of-way acquisitions on this one, and design is complete. Idaho Center and Cherry, same. Design is nearing completion, and we're wrapping up right-of-way. Franklin and Birch, design is complete. We're wrapping up right-of-way on this. And Midland and Iowa, the design's complete, and we're starting right-of-way. So we're nearing end of this project and anticipate this in the fall. So with that, excuse me, one more. This is afterwards. This is a federal grant project, and this is going to be in FY23, and I'll stand for any questions you might have for any of those projects.
You're expecting Lake Low and Midland to out to bid, so when actually do realistic expectation for starting the build? Because I get asked that almost every day.
So we have, we're nearing completion for right-of-way. That's what we've been waiting for, negotiating right-of-way. And we should be able to be bidding that in the next couple months, so construction within the next 3 to 4 months.
So we would then, the completion realistic date?
Probably 4 months in the late summer, early fall.
Were you able to arrive at a purchase price for the property acquisition, or are we still looking at eminent domain?
Yeah, Clemente, are you on right now? Did you hear that?
Yeah, hear me?
Do you want to respond to that one?
Yeah. So it appears that we will be reaching an agreement with the property owner.
Good. So there won't be any legal challenges after the fact.
Hopefully not. We don't anticipate that.
And Clemente Salinas is our assistant city engineer. He manages all these projects, including utilities, his team, so he does a fantastic job.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
All right. Tom's back. No? You done? No, he's done. Okay. So we're going to move on then to new business. We have a few action items. The first is a discussion regarding scheduling monthly special council workshops for strategic initiatives. And Mayor, are you still on the call?
I am on the call.
Okay, you're
So-
on deck.
Okay. So I tell you, tonight is such an excellent example of why I would like to suggest that we schedule monthly special council workshops. I have two reasons. One is for strategic planning, but the second reason is this presentation with Tom and Jeff, especially on the highway district stuff, they went through that really fast. And I will say that is really, really important. And a ton of work has gone into it. And it doesn't give it justice to squeeze it into a council meeting. And in talking to some other councils, specifically, I just happened to be working with Eileen Clegg, the city of Boise, and her full-time job is Safe Routes to School. And we have a Safe Routes to School initiative that we're working on. And she mentioned that they meet every week. We only meet twice a month, and they have a planning session once a month. And as we step into strategic planning for the city, which is a very high priority for me, I feel like we need time as a council together in a workshop environment where no decisions are made. So no action items, no votes, but it is a scheduled special council workshop so that we can talk about our long-term strategic plan for the city. Workshops like what Tom and Jeff just brought forward, we would have the time to work through those. We're going to be meeting with different groups throughout the city in the coming months, actually, hopefully in the next month. I want to be done with the strategic plan within the next year, but we as a council, we need to talk about our priorities and where we're going. Nampa Realtors have asked to present to us to talk about growth. And this would be a great opportunity in a workshop to hear from them, from other groups in the city as we continue to plan long-term for the city. So my recommendation, and I'd like to ask the council if they would be willing to participate, is to schedule a third meeting with the council. And that would be once a month, and it could be an early morning meeting. It could be a lunch meeting where we come in over the lunch hour. It could be an evening. Randy and I talked about it, and his vote is let's avoid evenings, and I fully agree with that. So I'd just like to ask what your thoughts are.
Mayor, 7 a.m. morning.
Mayor, 7 a.m. in the morning is good with me.
I third that.
Okay, and then what day of the week is a Friday is kind of my clearest day, but I know when we hit the summer, sometimes people want to head out of town on a Friday. What do you think?
Thursday work? I'm looking at you.
Could I?
Right.
Yeah.
Speakerphone.
Thank you. Yep.
So since I've been on council, we've added an extra half an hour to council meetings. And now we're adding this if it goes through. I think we need to also, if we're gonna discuss this, we need to discuss having really, just like our efficiency of everything. Cause just adding more time doesn't make things more efficient. Sometimes more time makes things less efficient. So I just wanna make that clear as no, I'm not being a critic, I'm just being you know, we could have a lot of things sent to us on video that we could watch. As a council, I felt like a lot of these things we could see videos. I would like more communication from staff, like personal communication. We could have all sorts of. Anyway, there's a million ideas out there. I get worried about efficiency, and I'm more than happy to have an extra meeting, but I just don't want to. I don't want to lose efficiency with, I feel like our meetings are getting longer, more meetings. But I think we need to get dialed in. And I don't know if I'm the answer, but like in my business, I have an office manager that's so OCD to attention to detail. Everything is detail oriented, micromanaged, and everything is so smooth and efficient. That's definitely not my wheelhouse, but anyway, there's a few examples I can think of. I don't know if anyone else has anything to chime in. I just think I get worried that we're just getting longer and not being as efficient with meetings. So that's what I got to say.
Well, I appreciate your comments. I will say there are other cities that meet every week for their council meetings so that they don't run so long. This council has previously made the decision not to do that. I think I have to say, sitting here listening, our council meetings could definitely be shorter. But, and I will say, it's to wonder why we don't have citizens that are still here, right, participating and listening, because it's late. And it's a long time to sit. I do think we do need to move into strategic planning. It's critical for our city, and it's critical that the council discuss and listen and set a plan for our city. So it may not have to be long-term, but I would like to ask that it be short-term. That at least we identify something so that we can begin with strategic planning for the city with a facilitator to move us forward. And we'll try to keep that as efficient as possible.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Thank you. I'd like to kind of segue on what Councilman Bauer was saying. I can understand giving some extra time here and there, but efficiency really does need to be improved. And our meetings our council meetings might go long, but as somebody who did sit in the audience for 5.5 years, I appreciate the fact that we are really seriously paying attention to what's going on, and we are representing the citizens, and we're listening to them, and we're asking good questions. And sometimes it does take long, but I believe in the end, they understand that we're not just flippantly doing that. Because I also understand the comments that I've heard from citizens, and again, from my own experience sitting in the audience, when the council comes out and they just make really quick decisions, the first thing that flares up in your mind is what decisions were just made behind the scenes that we didn't know about. And it does happen. I've had people comment, and I know that I've sat there and I've thought the same thing at times when I was in the audience. The other thing I'd like to throw out to the council is when we do take time for these special meetings, I have noticed, and this is not unique just to this administration, but in the past since I've been on here, is the special meeting is called for something, but there appears so many items on the agenda, and there's not enough time frame to do diligence to each item. So therefore, either the presenter is cut short or the council is cut short in understanding or asking questions that we want to ask. And I notice there are times things don't get resolved. They just get left hanging and we continue on. So I really agree with Councilman Bauer in the fact that if we're going to entertain the idea of doing this, it needs to be done with efficiency, but not an overloaded agenda, because we need to be free to have the time to ask the questions to flesh things out.
President?
Yes.
Yeah, if we did do something, I would appreciate like a 7 a.m. for those that, and not just me, I think we need to make sure that we encourage business owners to run for council. So when we have meetings at 5:30, if we have meetings at 8, no offense, but a lot of the people that we want to run for council won't be able to run for council if we have meetings during the day. So we either have them super early or after work hours, so those that are working or even just have jobs can make those meetings. So if we do this, I would like it to be even earlier. Like if it's gonna be 7 to 8, then that means I can't see a patient at 8, or someone in 10 years that's on council, everyone's working at 8, everyone's working 8 to 5, so like a 6:45 to 7:45, or if it's at 7 to 7:45, allow people to get to work would be my big concern of mine as well.
I don't know. I'm a little bit concerned. I don't know. Candidly, we need a 2-hour block. I know Boise does 4-hour blocks at times. I'm not sure how to get a strategic planning session done with City Council if we only have 1 hour once a month. I can move forward and just present plans to City Council and have less communication, actual dialogue, if that would suit the council better. I guess I need to know what the will of the council is.
Mr. President, then Mayor, are you hoping for a 2-hour, 4-hour? What would be your optimum time?
I think once a month, if we could have, I would like to see 2 hours once a month.
Okay, and
So that, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I'm just going to personally say that I think if it's just once a month, I think as long as we know the schedule, it's a set day, a set week, or whatever, then we can plan ahead. And I don't think that's asking too much. So that's my opinion.
And I would concur. I think as long as it's not on the same days that our city council meetings are on as well.
My recommendation would be to do it off council week. So for example, council's the first and third Monday, possibly the second or fourth week of the month. And again, if you want it from 7 till 9, now someone may say, hey, I got to be out of here at 8, but as a whole, if we could say 7 till 9, we could have breakfast items available and just come in and dig in for 2 hours.
What day were you thinking?
I would like to ask the council what your preference is.
We have NDC meetings as well. We'd have to schedule it.
I would like a Thursday would work best, but that's my personal.
Right, and that's usually my free day.
That's my best day too, actually.
Jacob?
So you said once a month or twice a month?
Once.
From 7 to 9.
Mm-hmm.
And if you needed to go take care of a patient, you could.
I do I have a plumbing company every week, but
On Thursdays?
yeah, I can, if it's only once a month, that's totally fine. So While we're on topic though, just like for the regular council meetings, if we, I mean, I just think we should, you know, this isn't mayor, this is more council's fault than mayor's fault, but, just kind of, you know, maybe looking at some of the rules and, you know, because I feel like we have a lot of people, you know, whether it be, you know, the developers presenting, you know, sometimes they'll present for 20 minutes and say the same thing 15
We were supposed
times.
to have a 10-minute limit on developers.
That wasn't a challenge tonight, but we've had it in the past, for sure.
Yeah.
We try to keep them to 10 minutes. Yeah.
Maybe we should say that before they speak and just really make that clear to them. Like, listen, you have a 10-minute rule, just like everyone else has a rule.
Nate's got his little phone going, so I mean, it's easy to watch to know where we're at, but we didn't have that challenge tonight, but we've had it in the past for sure. And legal counsel has given us some good advice as far as on how we are to take care of some of these issues. But again, back on this topic for the mayors and for the sake of the hour, so it sounds like a 7 to 9 block once a month,
Second Thursday.
second Thursday of each month, would work for most of the council.
Yeah.
Okay.
I kind of, thank you, Council President. I kind of like the idea of having it in the same week as a council meeting, because then if you want to have a week or two that are involved in the week that you're not doing something that's broken up with the council, if you need to go away or whatever, it's not interfering with that. So it really limits when you can do that. And then thinking about when do you have your NDC meetings, et cetera.
That's a good point. I tell you what, how about if we send the date out to council? I don't know if this needs to be well, it kind of needs to be an action item because we would be noting it as a special council meeting and a council workshop. And my hope is this is not ongoing, and I will let you know when the first month we started. It really is to focus on some strategic planning, and then maybe we do it. You guys can make the decision if it's ongoing. But I think there sometimes it's very helpful. Some of the presentations that staff would be giving at a council meeting could be given at that workshop. So what is the will of the council at this point?
Do you want to, President, do you want to do it on the same week as the NDC and the council? I mean, the third Tuesday is NDC, and we have a council meeting on the Monday right before. I mean, do we want everything on the same week then, if somebody wants to take off?
Might as well just hit our head up against the wall.
Yeah, so that would be the third Tuesday if that's the case. I mean, third Thursday, sorry.
Third Thursday. Okay.
Is that, someone ask Natalie if that's.
That works for me.
Third Thursday of each month.
Okay, would there be a motion?
So move.
Second.
Any other discussion? Randy, I'll be quiet and let you.
Mr. President.
Roll call.
Mr. President.
Yes, we have a motion and a second.
I just want to ask one question for clarification. So I understand as far as the strategic initiatives, but it was mentioned if we had workshops or if we had staff present some things in lieu of presenting them tonight. Is 7 to 9 feasible for the public to come to if there was something they wanted to hear? If it goes other than just the strategic initiative, if it's something that the staff is presenting.
It wouldn't be a public hearing, so they could come and listen. Obviously, it's a time that we've all chosen that works for our schedules. It's nice to consider those that are on the outside that we represent, obviously, but I think it's fair.
They have jobs too, though.
They have jobs as well. I just don't, I'm pretty jealous as far as the evenings, giving up any more time in the evenings. I don't think that's where I want to go. So I think this is a good compromise. If they want to show up for at 8 to 9, they certainly can do that, which would be more reasonable for maybe their time frame, so.
Just for the record, more than anything, thank you.
Okay. Right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call?
Jangula?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Brunner?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you for helping us through this process, Mayor. So item 5.2 is the council award bid and authorize mayor to sign contract for the annual water line replacement fiscal year project, 22 project with Dasco of Idaho, in the amount of $943,820, and it is approved in the fiscal year 22 budget.
So moved.
Somebody second already?
No.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call?
Chingula,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Brunner,
Yes.
and Rodriguez.
Yes.
Action item 5.3 is authorize the Napa Parks and Recreation to purchase and install the described playground equipment at Lakeview Park from Garrett's Park and play for the amount of $374,999.30.
So move.
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call?
Chingula,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
and Brunner.
Okay. Item 5.4 is an action item to authorize the mayor and public works director to sign a task order amendment for the attached scope of work with Kittleson and Associates for Midland Boulevard and Iowa Avenue intersection improvements project in the amount of $78,525 not to exceed, T&M, approved in the fiscal year 22 budget.
So moved.
Second.
And needed.
Any further discussion? Roll call?
Chingula,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Brunner,
Yes.
and Rodriguez.
Yes.
The final new business item is 5.5, which is an action item, authorize the mayor and public works director to sign, one, the professional services agreement, standard terms and conditions, and two, task order with Freshwater Trust for advancing water quality trading in the amount of $120,000, time and materials not to exceed. Funding is in the fiscal year 22 wastewater treatment budget.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call?
Chingula,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
and Brunner.
Yes.
Okay, we'll jump up to unfinished business. We have two ordinances. The first one is the first reading and annexation of zoning to RS 22, single-family residential, 22,000 square foot zoning district to connect to city utilities or an existing single-family home at 1414 Southside Boulevard, which is an 8.82 acre parcel for Vanessa and Evan Tana.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 1414 Southside Boulevard, Nampa, Idaho, comprising approximately 0.82 acres, more or less, and contiguous to the limits of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said lands should be annexed into the City of Nampa and zoned RS 22, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be part of the City of Nampa, determining that said annexation and zoning are in the best interest of the public and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the City of Nampa and to designate said property as RS 22 on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 603215.
There is a motion, or I'm sorry, there is a request to pass the ordinance under suspension of rules. Is there a motion to do so?
So move under suspension of rules.
Second.
Roll call?
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Chingula,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
and Brunner.
Yes.
Next action item is the first reading of an ordinance for vacation of approximately 7,834 square feet portion of the right-of-way abutting the north and east property line of 1204 11th Avenue. The parcel numbers listed, along with 11th Avenue North and Stampede Drive at abutting the east and south property line of 11th Avenue North along Stampede Drive for Austin Whitting. There is a request to pass it under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, vacating an approximately 7,834 square foot portion of the right-of-way abutting the north and east property line of 1204 11th Avenue along 11th Avenue North and Stampede Drive, and abutting the east and south property line of 11th Avenue North along Stampede Drive, more particularly described below in Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, and directing the city engineer to alter the use and area map and other applicable maps accordingly, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
So move under suspension of rules.
Second.
Roll call?
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bangula?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? Bruner?
Yes.
Section 8 are pending ordinances that are postponed due to lack of supporting documentation. There is no executive session, so I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.